Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to start another one of the DLC campaigns from the Talos Principle 2, specifically Isle of the Blessed, because we finished Orpheus Ascending last stream. Feels a bit weird having just taken 3 days off. My brain keeps trying to tell me it's Monday when I know it isn't. Because of course when I had been doing 6 days a week, till very recently, of course I'd have only been streaming on a day when I hadn't streamed the day before if it was Monday. Still, didn't get as much done during that time off that I wanted to, honestly, a bit disappointing. But I did get some rest, and then I had a bad night's sleep last night, which has counteracted it a bit, but still, that's where we are. How's it going? I'm surviving, Olivia. Lovely to see you. How are you doing? But yeah, we finished the main game of the Talos Principle 2, and we finished the first DLC, so we may as well just head straight into the, these 3 missions, or campaigns, or whatever they're called, I don't know what the proper term would be. These are all part of one DLC, which you buy separately to the main game. So let's begin the second part of it, shall we? Yesterday we obeyed kings and bent our necks before emperors, but today we kneel only to truth, follow only beauty, and obey only love. Kahil Gibran. Interesting. I dare say that's a real quote, as opposed to one they've made up for the game. But I must admit, I don't know who that is. Also surviving. I hope you're doing more than surviving. Oh, beautiful place. Ooh, a crab.
We're approaching the island now. Looks nice. A lot less threatening than the megastructure. I mean, no offense. It's just less pointy.
No offense taken.
I hear Barzai has done an incredible job creating this exhibition. And what a lovely opportunity to spend some time together as a family. So, Yakut, Miranda tells me you'll be solving some of the puzzles?
Did she? I hadn't really thought about it, but,
You know, back in my day, all we could do was solve puzzles.
That's right, in the simulation. And we're all very grateful for it.
So you know how important puzzles are to this family.
I think you're cute.
Of course.
Dating
I'm
Miranda.
gonna solve all the puzzles. Even the freaky giant cube.
I hear Barzai's even created gold puzzles and star puzzles.
Oh,
It's
goodness
going
me.
to be just perfect for you.
Oh, that's great. Yay.
Are we
Yakut,
playing your cube?
Don't listen. They're terrible old robots.
What? I'm the founder. Everything I do is serious.
I can confirm that.
This is sweet. Addressing some issues, so hopefully better soon. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And I do hope things improve. Improve quickly.
Hello. I'm so glad you could make it.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. How are things on Barzai's Island?
Barzai seems pretty pleased. 1K and Melville got here this morning. 1K's already solved all the puzzles, of course. And Melville's somewhere. She was testing the sensory receptor upgrade. Al's here, too. I haven't talked to him yet.
You should do that.
Maybe. Meanwhile, relax, enjoy yourselves, and I heard you were going to be joining in the puzzling, Yakut.
He can do whatever he wants to. You don't have to solve puzzles to impress me, Yakut.
No, I you kidding? I can totally do this.
Excellent. Well, good luck, and we'll see you around.
So they are basically continuing the main game's story in like little segments. But I wonder, would the DLC have...
I see we have a new group. Welcome to my latest exhibition, Freedom from Necessity. There are many puzzles for you to solve here, inspired by the events that restored Athena to us. But the most important thing you have to keep in mind is their purpose, which is none. We are not here because of voices in the sky or tragedies of
Which
the
one,
past.
Olivia?
We choose to. We solve puzzles because it is joyous, it is beautiful, and it is human.
Excellent. So we're playing as I impress Miranda is the objective. Yeah, what was I saying before Barzai spoke to us? I wonder if we hadn't managed to save Miranda from the or bring her back from the dead effectively. That's what we did, wasn't it? I wonder if we hadn't done that, if that would have meant that the opening cutscene would have been different. I actually suspect that might not be the case, simply because every time we play the main game, we have to select a save file, and we have to select a different save file every time we play the DLC. So, and the point is I could have multiple saves on the go. One where I've saved Miranda and another where I haven't, for example. So how's the game to know which cutscene it should play? So I do wonder if that means that actually it's the canonical ending that Miranda's brought back from the dead. Anyway, what have we got here? So there's a central area with this gigantic cube-like structure. I think they call it a hexagon, which would just mean a six-sided shape, which does describe a cube, although there are irregular hexagons as well. We have an island to the north with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 puzzles plus... Well, that's a triangle puzzle, which would be an optional one. A gold puzzle, and something else over there. I don't know what that is. 8 more, and a similar array of other stuff to the southwest. To the east, we have a red island. I don't think these islands are actually that colour. I think that's just how they've colour-coded them on the map. No real indicator as to which one we should do first, and I noticed that there's like this little point here which is expanding circles radiating out. I'm guessing that's us. I'm guessing the game is telling us you are here, and that's probably all the landing pads. So blue, red or green, what do we think? I think it was the green one, but I'm not sure. Oh, this one. You're cute. I see. Well, next time he speaks, we'll have to see. Oh, is this a hologram? Hologram recording.
There are those in New Jerusalem who fear that understanding the language of creation is the end of our journey. But that is like saying that literacy is the end of learning, when in fact, it is the beginning. Only now are we really capable of reading the great and terrible book of the universe. And only now can we start to write our own chapters.
Interesting. So what do we think, chat? There are 3 places I could begin. I could begin in the blue place, the red place, the green place. Which one do we think? I don't think it actually makes any difference. I'm just... Be right back. Just curious what people would like to see me do. The exhibition is divided into 3 sections, red, blue and green. You can solve them in any order you want. There are 6 monuments on this island, inspired by the dream figures that expressed Athena's deepest thoughts. But here there is no secret vision hidden behind cryptic sayings. Solve them only if you enjoy them. Well, I think we will. To access the hexahedron, you must power up all 3 lighthouses by solving 8 puzzles in each section. Simple. As Prometheus tricked the god, so you can trick your way out of solving my puzzles using the sparks, if you can find them. Once you've solved the hexahedron, as well as every other puzzle in the exhibition, 3 gold puzzles will become available. There's no prize for solving them, except in your heart. Green. Green it is. So that's to the west, so over here. Okay. The man behind the curtain. That sounds like
You can do this.
That wasn't much dialogue, but was that the individual you were thinking of, Olivia, that sounded like TV Beamer? Yeah, that sounds like it could be a Wizard of Oz reference. So what do I actually need to do here? Like, what is being asked of me? Well, we've got the blue producer here. What's this? An activator. That makes sense. I can't actually see where we're going yet. I don't have eyes on the end point of this puzzle, which is fine. I just note it. Right, with this connector I can now power the activator from afar. So this activator, when it gets a blue signal, it will cause force fields to drop. And it can also activate other things. But in this case... that's where we're going. But in this case I'm mostly interested in its ability to... to drop force fields. Maybe. Oh, no, maybe it was the yellow one. Fair enough. I've got a feeling we're not going to hear anyone speak for a while. Okay, as I suspected. It may be tricky. well, there's probably some trick to getting this force field to drop. So there's 2 force fields between us and the exit. I think I see how to do it now. I have a jammer which can also lower force fields, but this will lower 1 force field at a time. It doesn't lower all force fields in a given region, which is the difference. What I'm thinking is if I power this activate, if I bring down this force field using the jammer, and then I send power to this activator here in the corner, I should be able to get an angle on that from here. If I do that, I think this will both bring down this force field, meaning I've freed up the jammer, it can be used elsewhere, and brought down this one. So let's see if that works. I have brought down that force field, but it's not close enough to this force field to have brought it down. Let's move it over slightly. Right, that will have brought down... That seems to have brought down both force fields, which means this jammer is now free. That's right. Because the activator is now bringing down this force field, I don't need the jammer there. But I did need the jammer initially, because I needed a way through that force field before this activator was getting power. Which means I just use the jammer here and we're done. First puzzle solved.
That's it. I did it. Don't sound so surprised. You're stupid.
I notice his lips don't move. I guess that's because he's thinking, not talking. The snatchback maneuver. That's an interesting name for a puzzle. So again, the first thing I like to do... Wow. I don't necessarily approach every puzzle the same way, but usually I like to know where I'm going. So I'm trying to get over here. Understood. Looks like these force fields can be dropped with a signal, which is probably going to have to come through there. So this driller is presumably going to facilitate that. That'll let me get a signal by creating a hole through this copper. I can get a signal through there which will drop the force field. That's not necessarily the next step though. Interesting. But I also need to get a red signal over here in the end, so I can see there's another force field over there between us and the exit. Which is fine, I just note it. What's this? An inverter? That's the only way I'm going to be able to get blue. Alrighty. Going out for a... mani-pedi? Is that a... like a manicure on your feet? I'll probably catch you later. Okie dokie. I hope you have a wonderful time. Excellent. I got the inverter out. Which means I now have access to blue. Which is good. Manicure and pedicure, I see. That makes more sense. Hands and feet. Oh, that sounds lovely. I hope you have a good time. What's going wrong? What's going wrong is that wasn't far enough over. Right, I can get this far now. For what that's worth. Interesting. Actually, I might... Hang on, why is this up all of a sudden? Right, okay. I've just noticed when I power this blue receiver to drop the 2 force fields here and there, it brings this force field up. That's just the way it's configured. That's a NOT gate. Right. That actually makes things much harder. Much harder. That's the plan, thanks. See you then. Take care. I can't think of a way that I could possibly do this unless I had it alternating. No, actually, I can think of a way. Potentially, it depends on the timings of the how long it takes the different receivers to charge. It's possible there's another way I could do this, which I'm about to investigate. My thinking is I block this with my body. Oh, hang on. I didn't block it long enough. I block this with my body. That then lets the red through, which brings that down. Then I have to run. Hey, I did it! That must be one of the lighthouses.
This place is so exciting. I don't know what to do first. What are you guys doing?
Athena and I are down by the beach. You're welcome to join us if you want to. All of you.
I'm still testing the sensory receptor upgrade.
Want me to help? Maybe we can compare notes.
Sure. If you want to
1K does have a
really
voice.
weird input.
I'm trying to find a nice view. Hold on, is Yakut the only one doing puzzles?
Welcome to my world.
He did say he wanted to solve all the puzzles.
I think I'm going to try swimming. Or diving, I suppose. I don't think I float.
Damn, I really should have gotten that insulation upgrade. I haven't been watertight in a while.
I was just about to say, does that mean that we can actually go in the water now? And the answer is no. Oh, I've just gone back to the start, haven't I? But I noticed someone's here now. Ah, Barzai.
How are you on this fine day, Yakut?
I'd love to know more about the expedition. Why did you... the exhibition. Why did you create it?
I'd love to know more about the exhibition. Why did you create it?
When all of these new technologies became available, I realized I had an opportunity to create something different. You see, I'd made another puzzle-themed exhibition, Trials of an Imagined Past, a few years ago. But something about it had always bothered me.
I think I remember
It was
that.
so
Being mentioned, at least.
nostalgic. It didn't just celebrate the past, it yearned for it. As if the best thing for all of us was to return to the simulation, where we would have a purpose. So, in a way, your team can actually take some of the credit for this exhibition. When you freed Athena, you also freed my imagination.
You're welcome. Goodness. He is being generous, isn't he? He's got very interesting decorations on his chassis, doesn't he? Do you think nostalgia is bad for us?
Do you think nostalgia is bad for us?
I think nostalgia is normal for any intelligent being experiencing time and change.
Interesting.
In small doses, it is both healthy and delightful. But it can be dangerous, because it's easy to get lost in a haze of old symbols that carry the appearance of meaning, but no real value.
Interesting. It's not the real danger that you repeat the past, that you may turn back the clock for no good reason. So I'm thinking about the fact that, for example, often people... This is a bizarrely common human experience throughout history. People generally have the impression that there's been moral decline and that things were better in the past. Often, still within living memory or not long past it. When I say a common experience, I remember coming across this when I was learning about the Romans and what they thought. They were thinking that, like the Imperial Romans, about how much more moral they had been not that long ago, for like hundreds of years. It's a bizarre one. It seems to be part of the human experience. Now, of course, that doesn't necessarily mean that a culture couldn't experience a moral decline. So you do always have this problem of, is it just this peculiar form of nostalgia we're suffering from, or are we actually observing a real decline? But the relevance to the point I'm making here is that often people will then think, well, I say often, it's a phenomenon you will notice, that if we can turn the clock back in certain ways, then that will automatically restore whatever they think they've lost. And that can undo progress. So they might think that, for example, I don't know, restoring stricter gender roles will help ensure that people behave in a more proper manner, in a kinder manner possibly, which, you know, is kind of ridiculous, but that's what I mean. That's what I think is the bigger danger here, that you have such a strong nostalgia for the past that you suspend your critical thinking. I mean, I personally am of the opinion that there are times in the past where they were genuinely doing certain things better than we are today, and we can learn from the past. I know there are some people that think that, oh no, it's been progress the whole way, things have never been as good as they have been today. Well, maybe overall, if you happen to be in a rich Western country, that's true, but or on average, again, may depend upon your economic means as much as anything else, as whether that's true. But that doesn't change the fact that, in my view, there are specific things that they did do a better job of in the past that have since been lost. So I'm not criticising the overall idea of trying to bring back aspects of the past, but that has to be done critically and empirically. One has to very much look at what people were doing, why it appears to have worked, and how viable it would be to try and transplant that into the latter day, which is not the phenomena I was describing before, where people in a very indiscriminate way want to turn back the clock. This has been a long tangent, hasn't it? But that's what I see as being a bigger risk than seeing symbols and thinking they have meaning where there is none, which I think essentially means wasting your time. What happens if I solve the gold puzzles and the star puzzles?
What
Nothing.
happens if I solve the gold puzzles and the star puzzles?
You'll feel very, very clever.
What do you think the expedition? Do you think the exhibition has been a success?
Do you think the exhibition has been a success?
If even one person has a good experience, then that is success, no? To improve a person's life is not a small matter.
Fair point. Do you have any plans for future exhibitions?
Do you have any plans for future exhibitions?
Why do people always ask me about the next thing when I've just finished something?
That is a good point. I do wonder if that's actually the devs complaining. Do you have any plans for the Talos Principle 3? Lithrashir was really opposed to moralistic art. What do you think?
Lithrashir was really opposed to moralistic art. What do you think?
I believe the morality of art is the morality of the creator, who made a universe of colliding galaxies and collapsing stars where life and death exist in endless conflict. And yet, we are blessed and burdened with conscience. If that does not answer your question, good.
Thanks, I should go.
Thanks, I should go.
Wasn't that helpful? What's he actually doing here? Like, I appreciate the fact that he answered some of our questions. Information, I see. For something so informal like this, I wonder why he feels the need to man an information desk where there's only like a handful of people on the island that are all connected through radios. You'd have thought it would have made more sense for him to just socialise with everybody else and enjoy the island. Oh well, maybe he is enjoying it in his own way. Can I go out this far? Oh, this is lovely, isn't it? Makes you want to be here in real life.
This seems like a really bad idea.
Yeah, I don't see a path over there. If there is, it's probably round that way. That's okay. Ooh. Want me to get green up there, do you? Coming from this direction, so probably this puzzle. Oh, we'll see what we can do. We've got 3 to do next. Puzzle number 3, but when we get to 4, I'll have a look into it. The loop. An accumulator. I do like the accumulator. To be honest, the reason I probably like the accumulator so much is because it tends to lead to easy solutions. But I do like it. Huh. So I'm trying to get in here. But I'd need to get a signal there to do so. I'll be honest, they've... Ah, there's a teleporter. Ah. Alright, then, well then the first question is, do I take the accumulator with me when I go through the teleporter? Or don't I? I probably do. I can't be sure, but I probably do. Good start. Oh, there's a ladder. I could have gone back anyway. Okay. Can I drop this through there? No. Teleporter won't fit through there. That's okay. I suppose. I'm still unclear on how I get a signal here, though. If it was on this wall, the opposite wall, then I'd think I'd do it through here. But it's not. And I'd need a connector to turn a signal around, which I don't have. It's almost as if I'm supposed to teleport in there with the accumulator. But if I did that, I'm not sure I'd even need the accumulator. Once I get in here, I can just activate the terminal, and then I believe all the force fields will drop anyway, because that's just how the force fields work in this game. This hole through here is clearly no coincidence. The problem is, I see no value in just having the accumulator sitting there. It's not going to be able to power anything from there. All the evidence does seem to point towards the idea that I'm supposed to be able to send a signal here remotely, though. Okay, just to verify quickly. Yeah, I can't send a signal to that thing, whatever it is. Oh, but I can move the accumulator through. Right. Okay. So it's more a question of how do I get the accumulator to be connected to this, which would require me to be standing over here, and then still get the accumulator in there. It's a good question. I can see I could teleport out of here, but then I'd have no way back in, which is the issue. If I use the teleporter here, how do I get the accumulator out? This is a new concept we've never seen before, having a gap through which you can move certain objects but not others due to their relative sizes. In fact, I'm not even sure it makes perfect sense, because if you look at the amount of floor that the tripod at the bottom of the accumulator takes up and compare it to this teleporter, it's actually comparable. I suppose the implication is supposed to be that these legs will fold up and therefore you can fit it through. But I wonder if in reality this is programmed as some sort of special force field that will let some objects through but not others. And the fact that it happens to be represented by a mesh that has a hole of a certain size through it is technically neither here nor there. I know I can climb up there, but that will only get me out. And nothing else. The only way I can see myself getting this accumulator out of here is using a teleporter. But then I do need to get back in here. And there's no ladder that can do it. They have stumped me. It hasn't escaped my attention that I could put the teleporter itself on here. But that then doesn't lower this, which is the issue. And then of course as soon as I pick this up, this comes back up. Once I'm on this side of the force field, I can't power this force field, which is a problem. Yeah, it's definitely not having it. What's the mechanics of the ladder? Yeah, there's nothing clever I can do from there. Oh, there's this! That'll be it. That'll be how I get back in. Okay. Alright. So this is one of those situations where if I had... oops. Hang on. This is one of those situations where if I had actually just stumbled forwards without having solved it all, without having solved it all first, I probably would have been fine. The reason I was reluctant to do that was because I was worried about getting myself stuck and having to begin the whole puzzle again. Which I can do if I have to, but obviously I would rather not, if I can avoid it. Good. Excellent. Right. Part of the key here is to have to pick this up in such a way that it retains its connections. Good. That goes there. I climb up here and this should be solved now. And it is. That was a good one. Took me longer than it should have.
All right. Is your upgrade enabled?
Yep.
What does the air smell like?
It's... Oh. I smell iodine.
Iodine.
Limestone. Is that you, Bean? Can I smell radiation?
You can, but you're looking at a painting and telling me what the paint's made of, not what's in the picture. What does it feel like?
It feels like summer. Like the day is still young and there's endless possibilities ahead of us. What we are now is only the beginning, and there is so much more to discover and to become, and I think those dolphins are mating. Am I supposed to be able to smell that?
Right, let's smell something else. Over there.
Okay then. So they have a sense of smell. He seemed to be able to identify those substances so accurately that I can't help but think that that's not his first time smelling things. I imagine that they already had a sense of smell and this was just an improvement. Better smell. More like a bloodhound and less like a Homo sapien, I would guess. What was I thinking? Yep, so this one was actually... It took me longer than it should have just because I missed the fact that there was a receiver there. Which is a bit embarrassing, but... Well, if that's the worst mistake I make whilst trying to solve these puzzles today, then I'm doing well. The turnabout. Okay, interesting. So we have one of those floating platforms. Presumably there's an activator around here. I can only assume. An inverter. That's where we're going. Need to get blue there somehow. There's a box over here. And that box is keeping this force field down. But presumably we could also drop that force field using this red receiver, I would assume. I can get the connector through here if needs be. Yes, I think that probably is the plan. I think that's the only way I'm going to get the angles I would need. Could be wrong. Oh, maybe not. Ah, here. Okay, this is progress. Well, this is curious, isn't it? It's just on a rail that goes here and back again. Why? What's the point in that? Well, I don't know. To be frank, I can get that box, which I assume is required. I don't know if I'm supposed to have done that yet, though. Ah, the box could keep that down. We'll have to see. I've got a... Ah, right. I don't get the angles here. Okay, that's the trick. I was just about to say, I've got a feeling that I've solved this in fewer steps than it should take, since I haven't found a use for this yet. I still don't understand what that's doing. That's useful, though. Perhaps it can get tall enough to send a signal straight over here? That's plausible. Alright, let's assume that's the case for now. Until I know any better. That could do with being a bit closer still. Closer still. There we go. Surely that's it. Good. Right. Move the inverter over. And connect it up. Hang on. I'm going to need the box as well. Good. Oops. No. Oh, dearie me. There we go. That's all connected up. Now let's get this moving again. So I want this fairly central for now. That'll do for now. I may refine that later as needs be. Then that to there. I think we're done. That was a nice little one. Not that hard, but I'm not complaining.
So, Byron, have you talked to Alcatraz yet?
Not yet. He was talking to Barzai and I didn't want to interrupt them.
Uh-huh.
Presumably this particular DLC campaign is going to culminate with Alcatraz and Byron making up, I would guess. Oh, was this number 4 already? It was. But no opportunity to get green there, because there's no green in that puzzle. Interesting. It's funny, there's nothing wrong with 1K's voice, it's just they were a silent protagonist up to this point. And I think it kind of makes it a bit less special to give them a voice, I feel like. 1 to 10. Interesting. So presumably this structure exists somewhere? Oh. There's stuff on social media. That makes me think there's stuff on social media from the last DLC that I never looked at. Alright, well let's see what they have to say. Extinction Prevention Working Group, Sarabai. This group is going to be looking at the best methods of preventing a number of species that are threatened by non-anthropogenic factors, i.e. that are dying out due to being outcompeted, failing to adapt to changing conditions, diseases, etc. If you want to join, please contact myself, Hypatia, or Aranax, or just join via the project's interface available in the new update. I'd like to join. Oh, this is Doge. I have a fondness for marsupials, and the poor little blighters don't stand a chance once continental drift smushes a few land masses together. Can I join despite my history? I'll switch to a less irritating voice pack. Yeah, marsupial, that is a real thing. When, obviously Australia famously has marsupials, and where, but it was also the case that South America was entirely marsupial mammals for a very long time, until the North American continent collided with it. And then the not the placental mammals made their way down and just outcompeted them. I think there are still a handful of like marsupials left in South America, but they're few and far between. They've been almost wiped out. So yeah, that makes sense. I've added you to the group, Hypatia. Byron. We do not blacklist people, Doge. While I absolutely agree with the sentiment there, that does actually suggest that the society is running extremely well. That there's not a single person in their society who they wouldn't trust. Good for them, I suppose. Tharles, 1007, so they are building more. I spent a lot of time considering the reality of the extinction lately. By which I mean they've been building more androids, they've gone over 1,000. How desperately sad it must be like to be the last of your own kind, and the thought that this will just continue happening to so many species, even if we don't have a major impact ourselves, it makes me experience a sense of cosmic horror. Malduk, there is no horror in nature taking its intended course. If a species was meant to go extinct, it will. Purple. I don't think anything is meant to happen, dude, and that's scary, I know. But that's why we've got excellent people like Sarabai trying to do something about the bad stuff, you know? New body types, Melville. I know everyone is very excited about all the new options we have for modifying our bodies, and as per the latest decisions regarding bodily autonomy, you can pretty much do as you will. However, as I'm sure you'll remember, the Pellegrino centipede, we're going to be requiring any desired alterations to pass some basic self-safety tests, and we'll be uploading some approved templates you can use in the body designer. Homonubris, impressive work, Mel. Your dedication to safety is truly inspiring. Mayor Byron could not have picked a better person for the job. Orinia, I can't wait to try the new anti-grav drone bodies. Being able to fly wherever I want. I don't think I've ever wanted anything more. Malduk, we don't need new bodies. We need to learn to accept ourselves as we are. Nyamph, darling, if you believe that it matters, you can keep your body just as it is for as long as you like. But if Orinia wants to fly, let her fly. Thekla, Liam's right. Sorry, Malduke. It would be beautiful to see Arinia fly. Zagaran, who are you, and what have you done with the real Thekla? Thekla, people change. Blimey. Thekla used to be one of the ultra-conservative religious types in this universe. That means worshipping, not really the founder herself, but the false image of her that had been implanted in the public consciousness. Fred. Seeing another planet sounds exciting. Sorry, is wormhole travel safe? Seeing another planet sounds exciting. I know I previously argued about it, but after all the stories I've heard, I really want to go. But the idea of stepping through a wormhole just creeps me out. What are the chances I just get blown to smithereens? Fred. I know you can just back yourself up doesn't work for me. I believe in continuity of consciousness. Athelvok. Our perception drivers still have trouble handling the transition, so you will experience disorientation. If you're going through in a ship, I would suggest turning on sleep mode, or at least disabling visual input and balance sensors. That does not sound encouraging, Fred. Melville. All the wormholes we are using at the moment are based on pre-existing patterns in the fabric of reality. They're completely stable. However, if you make a fuss when going through, I may disintegrate you myself. Goodness. Pre-existing patterns in the fabric of reality. Interesting. Hermanubis. If Melville says they're safe, then we know they are. What my response? I've gone through several times and never had a problem. There's plenty of amazing places to explore here on Earth. I feel like they're both great answers. Let's go with the second one, though, because they're clearly afraid. They're clearly feeling very anxious. So, reminding them that, you know, it's not a priority if they don't want... If it's scaring them, the prospect of going through a wormhole, there's plenty of really interesting things they could do which don't involve that. There's plenty of amazing places to explore here on Earth. Exactly. So far, we haven't found any planets even half as amazing as a home. We must never lose sight of what an incredible place this is. Fred, you're right. I've barely travelled at all. There's a lot happening right here. Maybe I'll join the search for Lithosphere. That sounds exciting. New Atlantis, really? Look, I'm all in... Oh, sorry. This is... Zimium Via. Look, I'm all in favour of building the underwater city, but do we really have to call it New Atlantis? Isn't that just tempting fate? The universe has a dark sense of humour, you know. We shouldn't provoke it. At all. I don't think it matters what we call it, as long as we build it right. The universe doesn't care. Nyamph. We all voted Zimmy and New Atlantis won. Zagaran. At least we're not calling it Rapture, like Pellegrino suggested. I don't think we get... Excuse me. I don't think he got the point of that game. I don't remember Rapture. Was that one of their text adventures, or is that another game? Names are just names. I like it. It's time to give the myth a new meaning. I also think it's a kind of terrible name. I like it. It's time to give the myth a new meaning. That's a lovely way of putting it. You're cute. You should speak up more often. Oh, I'm playing you cute now. Of course I am. Sorry, that didn't... For some reason, that didn't quite click. That I'd be answering as you're cute on the forums. Of course I would, because that's who I'm playing. Fair enough. Miranda in the woods. We went for a walk and it was lovely. You always see something new. I discovered 12 new insect species without even really trying. I wonder who that is. Is that Athena and Miranda? One small step, Cornelius. Athena takes the very first step through a wormhole onto another world, an important moment in history, but that's not the reason I love this picture. It's because this is Athena as she was meant to be, not reduced to this stern and hollow founder, but an explorer, a bright shining light of reason and optimism, just like her mother. Thank you, 1K. Her mother presumably being Alexandra Drennan? I'm guessing that's what they mean. Is that supposed to be Mars? I wonder. They won't stop. Miranda, somebody should tell them that they're evenly matched. Or do they know that? Is that part of the appeal? Why do they love this game so much? Are they even playing or just pretending as part of some elaborate joke? I wonder if that was like an in-joke from the base game. So I'm not sure. I wonder if at some point in New Jerusalem we could have seen two people playing chess, and that like the community picked up on it, and the fact that if they both got chess engines in their brain, then neither should be able to beat the other. Which is actually an interesting point. I was told this the other day from someone I know. Apparently the best chess engines in the world today draw. They can't force a win. Which is very plausible, because I mean games work in different ways. Different games work in different ways. There are games, for example, where you can always guarantee a win. Usually that would be for player one. Because in most games going first is an advantage. Theoretically, it would be possible to design a game where the person that goes second could always force a win. But some games it's impossible to force a win, and that appears to be the case for chess, as far as we can tell. It's not quite rigorous proof. Just that the best chess engines in the world at this time can't force a win, but it's quite suggestive that that is the case. 1k, look who I found. Could it be Melville? Oh, this is by 1k. I felt it had been too long since I'd hung out with my most terrifying friend, so I decided to go for a little trip. Watching her work at the heights of her powers was genuinely moving and amazing, and yes, I'll post that even though Melville told me not to be all mushy. Mr. Mayor, sir, Miranda. That's Uncle Mr. Mayor, sir, to you. Yakut and I had a lovely day with Byron. We spent hours in the Museum of the Ancient World. The new artifacts are incredible. There's an entire collection of perfectly preserved books that's so beautiful and so moving that I felt overwhelmed. I wonder which books they actually got. They said it's a full collection, but it doesn't mean like it's a complete copy of the Encyclopedia Britannica. It could be anything. It could be some quite questionable works. It's mad. Our ancestors produced millions of books every year, and somehow never noticed how remarkable that was. As always, thinking about them leaves one feeling impressed and frustrated. It is remarkable, and I wish I had more time to read. I have so many books that I want to read but haven't got round to. Afterwards we attended a concert by Damjan. I'd never been to a concert before and was surprised by how different it was compared to just listening to the album. It's really a whole new experience. The best part though was watching Yakut dance. Byron, the master puzzler. It would be fair to say that the entire expedition only worked out because of that one impulsive decision to invite 1K along. Strange how we are sometimes saved in the most unexpected ways. Every person is a miracle, and you never know when their particular set of strength is going to change your world. But was 1K always going to be a master puzzler, or was it because they had no assigned role before, and it happened to be taken along on the expedition where puzzling was useful, so they dedicated themselves to doing it? Were they always a master puzzler, or did they become one due to the circumstances? Mum and Dad, Miranda, I don't think most people understand how lucky we are to have these two. Aww. That was nice. Number 5. The Theodorian knot. Wait, wasn't that the knot that was supposedly impossible to untangle? I've forgotten. Someone in Greek mythology apparently at some... Oh, blimey, there's an area below. At some significant time in history, like tied their cart up or something like that, but they made such an incredibly complicated knot that no one could figure out how to untie it, and it became something of a spectacle for people to come along and try and undo the knot. And then Alexander the Great came along, who just cut it with his sword and claimed, you know, how brilliant he was because he thought of the solution. I think that's the same one. Hey, Pikachu. They changed the URL. Automod didn't catch that one. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Well, you say they changed the URL. It could just be a competing organisation. Lovely to see you, though, Pikachu. How are you? What is this doing? I don't know. So this is ultimately where I'm trying to get to. With a blue producer here. It seems like it might be a good idea to try and get something heavy in here, if I can. Ooh. Unfortunately, I've got a feeling this is going to be a tough one. Okay, there's a fan here. Can't go that way then. Right, so I can't just cut one of these. Right, so presumably I need to go round there for some reason. And to do that, I'm going to need to both have that force field, or to be able to get round there, I'm going to need this force field down, but I'm also going to need to come up with some way to disrupt this. The point is, because there's two beams here, I can't just body block. Also, very interesting to see a producer directly connected to a receiver. That doesn't normally happen. Be right back. Okie doke. The only thing that's round here is a box. I do wonder if this is a different puzzle that we access later on, or if it really is the same one. I mean, we don't usually see multi-tiered puzzles like this. The box might allow me to get through here, or it might not. Oh, okay. Sorry. I was being a bit dim. Of course I can get in here already. Which gives me... Is that an RGB converter? It is. Just quickly for my own benefit. Where was the... Right, this is the thing that wanted the green signal. It's unlikely we do it from here. It's not outright impossible, but it's unlikely. I only mention that because we do have the capacity to produce green here. The angle's not very good for getting the green to that statue, though. That monument, rather. Right, what I'm thinking... is I pull the beam through, and that should disrupt. Yep. It has. That charges very quickly. Okay. In which case, I'm probably going to need to use this to block as well. Hey Tato, lovely to see you. How are you, Tato? Ah, I have an idea. I don't know that this will work, but it's worth a go. Ah, this can't block it. It's not tall enough. That is a problem. And it can't disrupt like that either. Okay, the game is adamant that we can't go through here. There's an invisible wall. Interesting to note that that is the way we lower that, though. So you're well then. Excellent. No. Welcome back, Pikachu. Oh, hello, Tato. I'm pretty sure the next step is I need to get through here. So there's red powering that red receiver, which is powering this fan, which is preventing me from making progress. I keep getting blown back. The question is, how do I block it? Because there's two of these beams, and I'd need to block both. How are you, El Magnifico and Tato? I'm surviving. Thank you for asking. Bit tired. I would not recommend staring into a laser. Well, I don't know. We don't. Our eyes may be more robust than you're anticipating. Hang on. Am I being an absolute fool here? Can I just jam the fan? I can just jam the fan. Okay, that doesn't quite solve everything, because I still need a way through that force field, but I think the pressure plate does it as well. Ooh! Hello, Art Dad. I'll read you some facts in just a second. It is indeed an Art Dad. Yes, now we can get through. Can I just take this fan part? I can. Right, that fan is permanently disabled now. I shan't have to worry about it again. Oh. Huh. That's interesting. So the game's pretty determined that I not be able to just walk out with the box. If that's the case, I'll use the fan part to weigh that down. Because the box is likely to be more useful than the fan part. Not guaranteed to be, but likely to be. There we go. Right, that's some definite progress. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Anyway, got some facts to read. Yo, folks, you all good? I'm surviving, thank you. One day at a time. Hope you're doing alright, Art Dad. I bet VZ would be appalled, but someone gave me some s'more flavoured coffee. S'more flavoured coffee? Is that just like very caramelised? Right, where were we in terms of reading through the encyclopedia? I think we had looked at the fastest thing in the universe, hadn't we? I think that's the last thing we looked at. The fastest known thing in the universe is, of course, light, because we know of nothing that can travel faster than the speed of light, and there are good reasons to believe that nothing could. But you never know. You never know what science might turn up one day. Largest known star in the universe. The Sun is actually pretty average sized compared to other stars. Some are smaller and some are bigger. Some are much bigger. One of the biggest is UY Scuti, a hypergiant star near the centre of our galaxy, the Milky Way. Oh, and it says, here's what it would look like if we put UY Scuti and our Sun next to each other. And they basically have, like, if you look at the page, most of the page, like the bottom right corner is black, and then almost all the rest of the page is just like a small section of this star. I say a small section because you can see that it's curving round, but there's not much curve there. This is a small part of a very, very large object, in the sense that it's much larger than the page. We're just seeing a little corner of it. And then next to it is a tiny little dot, and that tiny little dot is our Sun. So our Sun is 1,391,016 kilometers across. UY Scuti is 2,375,900,000 kilometers across. That is 1,708 times wider than the Sun. And as I say, it's located near the centre of the Milky Way. It's a hypergiant star, which is even bigger than a supergiant star. You could fit at least a quadrillion planet Earths inside UY Scuti. They say quadrillion. That's probably short scale. So that's going to be 1,000 million, I think. Which long scale would be 1,000 billion. Is that going to be right? A million, 1,000 million. Million would be trillion. It's short scale. So yeah, it would be 1,000. It would be 1,000 million Earths. You could fit 1,300,000 planet Earths inside the Sun. So there you go. More like nothing should rather than nothing could. I assume you're talking about the speed of light. Well, we don't know. We don't know of anything that can travel faster than the speed of light. And there are good reasons to believe that nothing could. So it seems more likely than not that faster than light travel is impossible. but we don't, strictly speaking, know that for absolutely certain. In so much as we don't know everything. It's possible that there's some exotic substance that can. It would have to have some very strange properties, I suspect. And it would have some big ramifications, because that would suggest that information could travel faster than the speed of light as well. Which would be very interesting. I've forgotten. Where is... Ah, there's the blue. Sorry, I'm just trying to think about the angles here and how I need to get... This is... Right. There is a green receiver here. We have an RGB converter. An RGB converter will take two signals of different colours and produce whichever colour you don't give it. We have a red producer here, and we have a blue producer here. In other words, I need to get red and blue to this to cause it to create the green we need. And I think I can see how to do that. I think I've just worked it out. That. No. Oh, hang on. That, and that. The beams are crossing, which is suboptimal. But I can run through. Solved. Working out, Dad, or gaming?
Honey?
5 puzzles down. So far, so good.
Excellent. Calling you honey sounds weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of does.
Then what? Darling? Sweetheart? Babe? Muffin? Cupcake?
I don't even eat food. Maybe just my name?
Aww, you're cute.
They're sweet, aren't they? Hey Skeleton, lovely to see you. How are you doing? It's been a while. So what is this game? This is the Talos Principle 2. I will say that unfortunately you're joining very late on in the game. I've already completed the base game and now I'm into the optional DLC missions. Essentially it is just about the game itself. If you ignore all the lore and all the NPCs, it is just solving puzzles. I'll try walking you through the next puzzle in a little more detail. I think it's the Talos Principle 2, I may be wrong. It is indeed. The binary paradox. Right, what do we have? We have a driller, and that's a pressure plate. I'm guessing when I pull this driller, a force field's going to come up. Yes, so it's an interesting question how I get this driller out of here, if indeed I need to. A blue force field like this blocks anything from getting through. It'll block me from getting through. Equipment can't get through. I can't use equipment through it. It's just completely blocks everything. There's another type of force field that is probably here. Oh yeah, there'll be one over here. A purple force field is different. Purple force fields only stop equipment from getting through. The player can pass through them. And beams can as well. We'll get to beams in a minute, if assuming this particular puzzle uses them. More pressure plates, okay. Oh, interesting. That does the force field up there. Yeah, a beam is like this. I've got a connector in my hand. That's a red producer. And if I lower the force field, you can see a beam is travelling between the two. The beam is technically trying to get to the connector the whole time. But if I'm not on that pressure plate, then the force field comes up and it blocks the beam. Looks like if I could get the red signal here to this red receiver, this force field would go down, which would let me in here, which would at least give me access to a box. How long did you stream out, Dad? 19 hours, oh my goodness. That is a long time. How did you get on? Was it a good stream? Interesting. Another force field. Another receiver. Another driller. A fan. A fan would blow us in the air. Interesting. There's a purple force field up there for some reason. Ah, it's horizontal. You don't see that often. But that would mean that if I were to stand on this fan while it was on, I would go up. But if I was holding any equipment, it'd get left behind when I travelled through the purple force field. A driller. I'm not sure where I could give an example. Ah, here. A driller lets me drill holes through copper, but they're like temporary holes. If I take it away, the copper repairs itself somehow. Oh look, it leaves a little impression. If I just like hover it over there and then remove it, you can see a little circle impression that disappears. Did you beat all the Night Lords, Dad? I'd say so. Then played with Pickles and Trom until my internet started up. Oh! I bought a load of new games today. Hold on, let me see if I can find the list of games that I got. Because Steam seemed to have a load of stuff on sale. I'm not sure if it is actually a Steam sale in the proper sense. Or not, or if it was just coincidence, but either way they seem to have a lot of games on sale. What did I pick up? I picked up Prince of Persia Sands of Time. I don't know if that will be a popular one to stream, but Prince of Persia Sands of Time is a game that I played when I was much younger, on PlayStation 2 I think. I never completed it, but I really liked the idea of the game. It's a bit of a hack and slash. It's like a platforming hack and slash. I think your main weapon's a dagger, but the main it's got a sort of Arabian prince theme, like you're going through a royal palace and you are a prince. Bad things have happened. People have been transformed into monsters, but the main mechanic of the game is that you can manipulate time. You can slow time down, you can reverse time to a limited degree. Like they don't let you do it as much as you'd like because that would be overpowered, but you have a limited ability to reverse time and so on, and therefore correct your own mistakes and stuff like that. It's a very interesting game, and apparently it's £1.71 on Steam right now, which is a phenomenal price assuming it works. I also picked up The Outer Worlds, which I believe is the Obsidian game that came out a while ago, the RPG. I picked up Blue Wednesday, which is an interesting looking adventure game. I seem to remember that it's themed around both blue as in melancholy, but also blues music. Born of Bread. I've forgotten, I'll be honest, I saw it was on my wish list and I vaguely remember being told about it and it being worth getting, but I don't actually remember off the top of my head who recommended Born of Bread to me. Nor do I remember all that much about it. Maybe I can find it here. Yeah, I've got it on my list of games to play, but it looks like it was... I added it to the list before I was recording who was recommending these games to me on my list. So most of the games on the list, they don't actually say who suggested I play it. I started more recently attributing it so that I know when I play a particular game, oh, you know, XYZ might be interested. So Born of Bread I've got, and then finally Sekiro Shadows Die Twice was on sale. That's what reminded me about the fact that I'd bought a load of games, because oh yeah, Art Dad should get a shout out. Art Dad is a Soulsborne streamer, and Sekiro is one of the FromSoft Souls-like games. So yes, I have that now. Lo, I have to ask him why pickles. Sounds easier than calling him that god. Doesn't want random people dropping his name in random chats. Nice games. Thank you, Skeleton. Sekiro! Indeed. I've got... Oh, what games do I already have? I'm not sure if did I pick up... Have I already picked up Dark Souls 3? I think I did when it was on sale. I just want to double check that. Did I? Yes, I've got Dark Souls 3, which we'll play at some point. I've got Sekiro now. The only one I don't have now, I think, because I've played Dark Souls 1, I'm playing Dark Souls 2 and Bloodborne. I've got Sekiro, I've got Dark Souls 3. Oh, do I have Elden Ring? I think I do. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Elden Ring, do I have you? Do I have Elden Ring? Or don't I? I do not have Elden Ring, it would appear. Okay, I don't have Elden Ring yet. And I don't have Demon Souls yet. Ah yes, Elden Ring is on my wish list though, so whenever it goes on sale, presumably I'll be alerted. There's a lot of games in your backlog. Oh, you have no idea. My backlog is huge, and it's especially... It can be especially... a problem I've run into is, like, as my audience has changed, games which I had bought in the past, I'm now thinking, I'm not sure anyone would watch it if I played it. Like, for example, I've got the old Star Trek adventure games. I'm very much looking forward to playing them. But when I've been playing adventure games recently, people haven't been all that interested from what I recall. Which is a shame, because I've never played the Star Trek adventure games. I've known about them for a long, long time, and I've been told they're good. But yeah. So I've got quite a few games like that. Borderlands is free. Borderlands 2. Never played. I'm vaguely aware of the series. Doesn't it have cell shading to give it a sort of comic book look? And I think it uses shooter mechanics, like it's all about guns. But I mean, there's a lot of games have guns which aren't necessarily just because a game has guns doesn't tell you much about the actual mechanics of how it works. In that games like, say, Call of Duty are obviously all about the gun mechanics, whereas something like Fallout, which is an RPG, actually isn't that much about the gun mechanics. Like, it's an RPG first. I thought Olivia was playing 1. Do you mean Borderlands? Yeah. Sorry, those were different people. For those that can't see chat, those were 2 people. Oh, Star Trek! Ah, that is very interesting. Well, apparently I'd need to get signals to both of these to be able to use the fan. So I'm just trying to figure out what on earth I can do here. I'm a little lost. As in, I can't even see what, like, the first step in this puzzle is going to be. Usually you can, like, work out, oh, this is the next thing I need to do. Ah, I see. That's where that connects to. Okay. I mean, getting this out might be very useful. I don't suppose I can take the top of this fan off, can I? No, I tested that before. But it was worth double checking. It would be nice to get a red signal here, but I don't see how I could do it without two connectors. Or... No, I think it would have to be two connectors. I don't think there is another way I could do it. But I don't think there's a way I could do it in less than 2 parts, which isn't 2 connectors. Did you play any RPG games? I've played a lot of RPG games. I'm trying to think which RPG games I've played on stream. I did the... I did Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic and Knights of the Old Republic 2 on stream. They were fun. I've done Disco Elysium. That was a fantastic game. If anyone hasn't played Disco Elysium, I strongly recommend it. It is genuinely a very, very good game. It's probably on sale on Steam now. I haven't checked. But a lot of games are on sale now, and I saw that there were some games bundles that included Disco Elysium that were on sale, so I'm guessing Disco Elysium is as well. Oh, I played Fable, the original Fable game. Did that on stream. Isn't it summer sale? That would explain it. If it's summer sale, that would explain why everything is on sale. Just to confirm, I take it this won't work. Yeah, that's not going to work. What can I even advance here? It can be a coincidence that I can send a beam through there though. The problem is I only have one connector, which makes me think this cannot possibly be the next step. Because I'd need two, by definition, if there's 2 receivers, I would need a minimum of 2 connectors to make this work. And there's another connector in there. How do I get through here? Ah, a red signal there. Ah, we're getting somewhere. Okay. Right. Clearly, I've not been being sufficiently observant. Here's our second connector. Right. There's still a problem though. And that's that assuming I'm supposed to do this next. Maybe I'm not supposed to do that next. Maybe that's the solution. Don't do that next. Right, I've got this out. Wonderful. Ah, and then I can swap that for this. Makes sense. Yes, we're getting somewhere. I'm not sure what we do once we've activated that fan. I'm not sure where it's going, but oh, I see a problem. The blue needs to get over here, but then it's going to have to cross. Oh, we'll probably be okay with that because this laser is at such a sharp angle. I'll probably be able to pass one laser under the other, which is alright. Right, blue laser under the red? Nearly. If I adjust your position, perhaps we can figure this out. There we go. Fan's working. Up we go. Right, what's the point in being up here? Oh, to get to the end. Solved. Oh, I did wonder.
Ha! I did it! Take that, Barzai.
I can hear you, you know.
Sorry. That was a metaphor?
He can hear his thoughts? Ooh! A little audio log.
I believe in a creator because I experience a creative force within myself that seems connected to or reflective of something greater. A drive towards being and becoming inherent in the universe itself. The discovery of the theory of everything has not undermined that belief. Oh no, to the contrary. I believe that the language of creation reveals a creator who sees no difference at all between mathematics and music, whose suns and planets are notes of a melody, whose galaxies are symphonies. A nebula is a painting, an atom is a machine, and they are all part of a masterpiece. And if I'm mistaken and there is no creator, then the duty of finishing the masterpiece falls to us.
Very poetic language. Ooh, crabs! Hello there. Do not fear me, little crab. I am your friend. Very twitchy. Anywho, where were we? On to number 7, I suppose. Cut-off quandary. I have a jammer. That looks like something that I can drill through. Oh, second acute body. Okay. So I can possess that body if needs be. What's the point in being able to go up here if I don't have a box to put equipment on? Ah, it would give me a different angle to see Yakut from, potentially. Other Yakut. Alrighty. Let's swap bodies. A platform. Okay. So I need to get both Yakuts over this side. That raises questions. Ah, there's a red traducer up there. Why? And why is it sending its signal straight down? That's odd. I've not seen that before. The only way that would make sense is if it was sending a signal to a receiver that was like on the floor of that level. I still don't see a way in. It's as if I'm supposed to be able to lower this fence. But how? Perhaps that's sending a signal to a receiver, which is causing that fence to be up in the air, and I need to lower it. Driller. So I can get things through to the other side if needs be, including this connector. That's a different puzzle, incidentally. Ah, I can't turn this off as far as I'm aware. There's no switch or anything, which means that I'm not going to have a very easy time trying to, like, put equipment on here. I can put the box on here, but it immediately flies up. There's no easy way for me to put something on top of it. And if I fly up, you'll see it falls off. That's what the jammer's for. For jamming the fans, I would guess. I only have access to a single box though, so only one of these fans can have equipment on top of it, it would appear. That isn't high enough to disrupt a signal. To like, cause that beam to break. Nor is that. It might just barely be, but I'd have to have 2 boxes to make that work. I wonder. If I put the platform on top of me, like so, can I get the box to rest there? I think that's worked. Yeah, that's worked. Still doesn't get them both over to the same side to do anything though. But the platform's there for a reason. Clearly. I just don't yet know what that reason is. Ah! I think I figured it out. I think I need the box on one side with a connector on top. So let's use the jammer here. Yes. Then that goes there. And this goes there. And all we're doing at this point is just making there something high up in the air that we can connect to. And nothing more. Now, I think the trick is going to be getting the other connector connected to it, but also on top of our platform and connected to that. The platform that we would need to hold above our head. How do I make that happen? I don't know. Normally, if you were doing something like that, you'd have another player place it there. But I'm not sure that's going to work. Well, I can try it and see how we get on. Yeah, it doesn't like it, does it? I think I may have accidentally broken the connections as well. Yeah, I did. So it needs to be connected to that and to that. Ah, here maybe. Maybe that's the key. Can I get this on top? No, I can't. Hang on. I've broken the connections again. But that's given me an idea. Let me knock this down quickly. Put this here. Now I should be able to put this on top. I may need to pass it through here quickly. Then here. That on top of our head. Grab that. Done it. Figured it out. I figured that part out. There's still a lot more to be done, unfortunately. Let me go all the way over here quickly if I can. Hey Walltop, lovely to see you. Hey Pengy. Now you're thinking with portals. And then all the portal emotes from Pengy. For those that don't know, Pengy, he unfortunately hasn't been able to stream in a while, but he used to be a very capable Portal 2 player. He used to do a lot of fan maps. And he was very good at it too. How are you two doing? I don't want the jammer. Can I grab the... No, I can't bring a driller through its own hole. So I can't move the driller hole at this time. What I'm struggling with is how do I... Once I'm up here, how do I swap back? Since I need to have line of sight. Looks like if I was standing here I might have line of sight. Holiday here today, so I've been sleeping on the sofa for a while. A well needed rest, and you? I'm surviving, thank you for asking. Up and down as usual. Right. Let me... What's the jammer? There's the jammer. Jam that. Connect to that. Connect to that. Put that there. Oh, hang on. I need the box over there as well. Right, let's see if my theory is correct. My theory is that the way we get in here, well, we can see that there's a red producer up there that's sending a signal straight down, which just ends. My theory is there's a red receiver down there, which is keeping these fences up, and that if I can just get a beam to intercept that beam, so that they destructively interfere, then those fences will lower. That's my theory. Oh, hey! Did it?
So how does this coconut taste to you?
It's kind of wooden. Very crunchy.
Did humans just have weird taste, or is this some function of subjectivity? Without more precise data about the human brain, how do we even know this is what they experienced when they tasted a coconut? Bloody qualia.
I think you're supposed to have the inside.
No, but I like the crunchy bit.
Does it matter what it tasted like to them? We want to expand the horizons of human experience, not recreate them.
The girl has a point. 1K, let's try eating sand.
Yuck.
This dialogue. We're all androids, in case that wasn't clear. Biological humans are extinct. So I'm glad you've been having a well-earned rest, Pengy. Eight is over this way, is it? Oh, hello. People to talk to. Miranda.
You're cute. Can we talk for a moment, please?
Of course. Are you okay?
Of course. Are you okay?
I was just looking at the waves, relaxing, and
Oops, sorry, I skipped a bit there. Unintentionally. What did that say? I was just looking at the waves relaxing, and suddenly I started thinking, am I a terrible person, you cute? I caused so much pain. I drove mother and father apart. I almost derailed the entire future, just because I was arrogant, entitled, and self-important, and now I just get to have a cool boyfriend and colonize planets and sit on beaches and how is that fair? How is any of this fair? What my choice is? It isn't. The universe isn't fair, it just is. Everyone makes mistakes. You've learned from yours, and that's what matters. It wasn't all you, Miranda. Or, wait, you think I'm cool? Let's go with the last one. Wait, you think I'm cool?
Wait, you think I'm cool?
You're a dork. Just the biggest dork on the planet. I come to you with a serious question, and that's your takeaway. Unless... Are you trying to distract me?
Yes. Some people call me the gangster of love. Distract you? No, you're clearly the root of all evil. Some people call me the gangster of love.
Some people call me the gangster of love.
Excuse me. Let me correct my previous statement. You are the biggest dork in the galaxy. But you do make me feel better. Talk about something else?
I feel bad. We probably should have actually taken a question seriously. I finally got my Elgato working, so I can console stream. I started playing Bloodborne again. Oh, wonderful. Yep, shout out to Walltop. That was Pikachu being on the ball there. Hello, Pengy. How are your parents?
How are your parents?
Healing, I think. Still a long way to go, but I'll get there.
You know, we should really visit Eustathius at some point. I recognise the name. I'm trying to place who they were. Nope, I don't recall.
You know, we should really visit Eustathius at some point.
You're right. I've been meaning to get to know him, and he did invite us. I'll send him a message. Maybe we can go next week.
Do I have that individual in my notes? I do still have notes. Even though I haven't been updating them much. I must admit, I'm not seeing Eustathius. Oh, Eustathius. Awoken by Athena. Archive Scholar. Right, that's who they were. So they're one of the companions then. Did you come up with any crazy new ideas while I was solving puzzles?
Did you come up with any crazy new ideas while I was solving puzzles?
It's not a new idea. Alexander Drennan came up with it first. But... Dinosaur planet. Obviously, there were lots of dinosaur species over millions of years, but I'm certain we could put together a functional ecosystem that supports all the really cool ones. I mean, not now, but maybe in 1,000 or 2,000 years.
They are very long-lived. As in, they just need to keep repairing them themselves and they'll live forever. Jurassic Park, indeed. Jurassic Planet. How do you like the exhibition?
How do you like the exhibition?
I listened to some of Barzai's recordings. I'm fascinated by his view of the world, especially this notion of a creator who is reflected in his creation. I'd love to hear him debate Lithrasir, if we ever find him.
Can you invent a litter tray that what? Okay. Can you invent a litter tray that disintegrates what the cats leave behind?
Can you invent a litter tray that disintegrates cat poo?
That's a brilliant idea. I can definitely do that. Just have to make sure it only disintegrates the poo that's outside the cat.
What do you think about the future? What are the dangers that we face?
When you think about the future, what are the dangers that we face?
Armies of rogue litter trays mercilessly disintegrating us. No, to be honest, I think it's scale. The Earth is a tiny place by comparison to the infinite vastness of the cosmos. The theory of everything gives us incredible amounts of power, but there are stars out there the size of our solar system. There are black holes of 1 trillion solar masses. Not to mention the anomaly.
Oh yeah, the anomaly. We still haven't investigated that. Presumably that'll have to wait for a new DLC or game. Alright, gotta go. Love you.
Alright, gotta go. Love you.
Love you too. Dork.
Oh. I still feel bad for not actually answering her question, but I don't think we get the chance to go back. Cornelius. Oops.
Hello, Yakut.
Hello. Miranda said you're working on a new project.
Miranda said you're working on a new project.
That's right. I'm trying to determine whether it's possible to salvage the individual personalities that were uploaded from Gehenna.
Oh, interesting. Shouldn't that be easy now that we basically understand everything?
Shouldn't that be easy? Now that we basically understand everything?
We understand the rules of the universe, but that doesn't mean we have no limitations. There's a lot of data from the simulation that simply no longer exists. If I just fill it in with my best guess, I'm not really recreating the citizens of Gehenna, am I? There's no continuity. I'm just creating something similar.
Wouldn't that by definition be recreating though, as opposed to salvaging? Similar is better than nothing. You're right, they wouldn't really be themselves. I think there would be continuity to deeper levels, something beyond our perception. Similar is better than nothing.
Similar is better than nothing.
You may well be right, but if I can find a way of fully restoring them, then this becomes the best kind of ethical dilemma. A theoretical one.
Fair point. What do you think of the exhibition?
What do you think of the exhibition?
I'm not an art critic. I'm just here to enjoy this beautiful island and to spend time with my family.
Are you a beautiful island critic? Or a family critic? How do you see the future of a civilization? Do you think we're doing okay?
How do you see the future of our civilization? Do you think we're doing okay?
I'm optimistic. Not desperately trying to maintain my faith in humanity, just looking forward to what's next. I'm sure there will be some bumps in the road here and there, but yeah, I think we're doing okay.
Do you have any idea what the anomaly is? I mean, the one that Athena discovered in space.
Do you have any idea what that anomaly is? I mean, the one that Athena discovered in space.
Perhaps it's something the theory of everything genuinely doesn't account for. Perhaps it's something entirely within the laws of physics, but in some way we haven't thought of. Or perhaps my brother Eustathius is right, and it's evidence of the prime mover. Either way, it's a reminder to stay humble.
Fair point. What's the biggest danger we face as a civilization?
What's the biggest danger we face as a civilization?
I don't know. We're only just getting started, and each era of development has its own challenges. But if I had to venture a guess, I would say solipsism. In liberating the individual, we're making social bonds more and more optional. We will have to learn to choose to be social.
That is a very good point. I think, if I understand correctly, what he's saying is that both by the technological improvements making people able to be more independent, and by making sure that they have very liberal politics which allows people to live independently, people then have the option to be independent, and it would be very bad for them as a civilization if people just wandered off and did their own thing. If I've understood correctly, I may not have done. Your dedication to your family is incredibly inspiring. How can I be more like you?
Your dedication to your family is incredibly inspiring. How can I be more like you?
You flatter me. But I don't know if I'm really a good role model. I made so many mistakes, and the only reason we're here is because other people picked up the slack. You were part of that, Yakut. Don't sell yourself short. You and 1K and the others took this enormous, unbearable tragedy and turned it into a triumph of love and life. That doesn't happen every day.
We brought Miranda back from the dead. That's what he's referring to. Solipsism, the idea that the self is all that exists or that can be proven to exist. Or self-absorption, an unawareness of the views or needs of others, self-centeredness, egoism. Shouldn't that be egotism? Okay, I should.
Okay. I should...
Off you go.
Hello, Athena.
What's up?
Have you done any more research on that anomaly you discovered?
Have you done any more research on that anomaly you discovered?
No. One of these days, but not yet. For now, I need to learn to live again.
Are you enjoying the exhibition?
Are you enjoying the exhibition?
The location is wonderful, and I love Barzai's ideas and themes. But even though I get the point, it's too biographical for me. I can't really look back at what happened and just treat it like an inspirational story. But that's okay. The good thing is that my pain doesn't have to affect everyone else now. And I don't have to feel the weight of the world on my shoulders.
Dear, poor Athena. Be back in a bit. Okie doke, Pikachu. What did it feel like being the first to step foot on another world?
What did it feel like being the first to step foot on another world?
At first, I wasn't sure it should be me, but 1K convinced me, and I'm glad he did. As for what it felt like keeping a promise I made to Alexandra Drennan. She wanted us to reach for the stars, and after all this time, we finally did.
Oh, I probably should have said this earlier, and I'll say this again at the end of the stream. But in case you're wondering about my streaming going forwards, tomorrow's going to be Dark Souls, then Monday Bloodborne, then next Friday Talos Principle 2, and so on, because I'm aiming for 3 days a week for now. I may go back to doing more. I may well do. But the 6 days a week was a bit much, so that's what I'm currently thinking. Mondays, Bloodborne till it's done, which may actually be next Monday, we'll have to see. Fridays, Talos Principle 2, and Saturdays, Dark Souls 2. Do you think we'll make first contact soon? With aliens, I mean.
Do you think we'll make first contact soon? With aliens, I mean.
I don't know. I'm sure there's life all over the universe, and some of it must be intelligent. But the distances are vast, and most of the universe is barren, so it might take a few more years before we find another civilization. Then again, our wormhole technology still needs a lot of refinement. So who knows what will happen when we finish the next version.
Fair enough. Barzai believes that there's a creator, a mind that made the universe. What do you think?
Barzai believes that there's a creator, a mind that made the universe. What do you think?
If the language of creation is a melody, could there be a composer? I suppose so. But who created the creator? And if the creator was always there, why can't the melody have always been there? Is it so much worse if we were created by the inherent beauty of the cosmos and not by a person?
Fair point. Now that you've been free for some time, do you think we picked the right path?
Now that you've been free for some time, do you think we picked the right path?
I think it would be dangerous to assume that we can't make mistakes. But they don't have to be the same mistakes. War, oppression, exploitation. I don't believe that these are just part of the human condition. I think they're childhood diseases, and their time is over.
Interesting. If you have any relationship advice, I'd love to hear it.
If you have any relationship advice, I'd love to hear it.
Me? Yakut. I'm the one who messed everything up. It was all of you who saved me. But, my biggest mistake was not appreciating what I had. I don't think there's ever been anyone like Cornelius. He has so much love, so much dedication, and I got so overwhelmed with grief that I almost lost him. It's strange how selfish grief can make you sometimes. It isolates you and, you know, no matter how much we improve the world, there will always be grief. So when it rolls around, try to remember that none of us can find the answers alone.
Good points there. Alright, I should go.
All right, I should go.
Okie dokie, on to the next puzzle, number 8. The mechanical gear, spelt strangely. Is that a real word? Chiefly literary, poetic, a swirling vortex, a circle or spiral motion, also a circle described by a moving body. A revolution, a turn. I see. Right. That's where we're trying to get to. Not clear how we drop it though. What does this do? That must be the moving gear. This is a new mechanic. We've not seen this before. Okay. I'm not sure what to make of this. Never seen anything quite like it in one of these games, frankly. jammer. Okay. So I guess I need to get that jammer out of here. How am I going to do that? With difficulty, I think. Can the jammer see anything from here that's... Yes, it can see that. Alrighty. I've freed up an inverter. What can I do with it? Good question. Actually, I have a different idea. Okay, I've brought this down. Can I just walk through here now? I can. Which means I don't need this anymore. For now. That may change in the future. I now have access to a driller. Not quite sure how that's going to be used, but I do have access to it. I see a problem. Right. Use the jammer here. To keep that force field down. Now let's connect this up. Wonderful. Ah, but the moment I pick up the jammer, that force field's going to come back up and cut the signals off. So this isn't a viable solution. To get the jammer out, I mean. That would be a problem. I think that would actually trap me here. If I let that happen. Problem is, I also need to send red here, but I can't without crossing the beams. Yeah, and it's quite a nasty problem actually, because this blue beam actually bisects the area with the red on that side and the red on this side, which suggests I couldn't do it without at least 3 connectors of some description. Oh, look at that. The driller's still trying to point at the copper, which has now gone underground. So the driller's pointing down. Oh. This is the puzzle that's underneath the other puzzle we saw earlier. That's why when we look up we see components. Alright. Let's think about this. This can't be... This jammer cannot be in use. That much is clear. Because then I can't pick it up. A single box would solve this. But I don't have one. Ah, I need a jammer to get in there. Right, so I'm doing the right thing trying to get the jammer out. That would almost solve... Getting the jammer out would mark almost having solved the entire puzzle. That is the question then. Alright, let's turn this around again. The only advantage I can see to having access to over here would be doing this. I suppose while I'm at it I could do that as well. Ah, that's how I would get the blue through. I see, I get it now. Sorry, I was being a bit slow. Trying to get the blue from over there would bisect the area, meaning that I would need 3 connectors of some description, so I don't get the... It's simple, I just don't get the blue from there. In this case I get the blue by inverting the red. Excellent, that's significant progress. Okay. I think we've basically got this one solved now. Oh. I see. Hang on, no, that's not a problem, I'm being silly. Yeah, so I wonder why this has this face on the gear has red and blue to bring down the force field. Because we never used it. It's number 8.
Byron, if you want to talk to Alcatraz, he's free right now.
Sure. I'll see if I can find him.
You know, it's funny. Alcatraz said the same thing the other day. It's almost like you two are avoiding each other.
Activate the green lighthouse. Ah, here's one of those maps. I wanted to find this so that I could try and find the puzzles I've missed. Right, one of the puzzles is on an island. Ah, that must be the lighthouse. I guess the golden puzzle is the 10th puzzle in each area. Okay. We haven't solved any of the shrines yet, though. What's this? Ooh, lore? I didn't realise there was going to be lore. Please no ASCII. The Jest of the Gods. Lord Dunsany. Once the elder gods had need of laughter. Therefore they made the soul of a king, and set in it ambitions greater than a king should have, and lust for territories beyond the lust of other kings. And in this soul they set strength beyond the strength of others, and fierce desire for power and a strong pride. Then the gods pointed eastward, and sent that soul into the fields of men to live in the body of a slave. And the slave grew, and the pride and lust for power began to arise in his heart, and he wore shackles on his arms. Then in the fields of twilight the gods prepared to laugh. But the slave went down to the shore of the great sea, and cast his body away and the shackles that were upon it, and strode back to the fields of twilight, and stood up before the gods, and looked them in their faces. This thing the gods, when they had prepared to laugh, had not foreseen. Lust for power burned strong in the king's soul, and there was all the strength and pride in it that the gods had placed therein, and he was too strong for the elder gods. He whose body had borne the lashes of man could brook no longer the dominion of the gods, and standing before them he bade the gods to go. Up to their lips leapt all the anger of the elder gods, being for the first time commanded, but the king's soul faced them still, and their anger died away, and they averted their eyes. Then their thrones became empty, and the fields of twilight bare, as gods slunk far away, but the soul chose new companions. Goodness. That's quite incredible. Is that a real work? Yes. Time and Gods is the second book by Irish fantasy writer Lord Dunsany, considered a major influence in the work of J.R. Tolkien, H.P. Lovecraft, and Ursula K. Le Guin, which I'm probably mispronouncing, and others. It is a collection of short stories linked by Dunsany's invented pantheon of deities who dwell in Pagana. It was preceded by his earlier collection, The Gods of Pagana, which I may be mispronouncing, and followed by some stories in The Sword of Welleran and other stories. Dunsany included a brief preface in the original edition and added a new introduction to the 1922 edition. Very interesting. The God of Jests, Athanasius. So I'm guessing this is a fictional version made by one of the androids in this universe. The old gods did not look kindly upon the God of Jests, for he was a slight thing, not mighty and terrible as they were, but small and weak and subtle. He knew nothing of thunder and floods, unless yet of fire and ice. To the great symphony of creation he contributed only a single note, and nearly fell over himself during the grand finale. The God of Jests did not complain about their contempt, but laughed at himself instead. The old gods made galaxies and suns and planets. They shattered continents and brought forth raging seas, and then they made wild beasts and scales and horns to roam the land. Look upon what we have made, they said to the God of Jests. What can you make that is equal? So the God of Jests took a crude monkey and gave it thoughts and language, and taught it to learn new things, and he was proud of his creation. The old gods laughed at this creature, and sent their creations to destroy it, and the lucky monkey was easily slain. Behold, they said to the God of Jests, your creation is no more. Now the God of Jests bent down and whispered in the ear of his fallen creature, and it rose from the dead, and behold, in death it had learned the language of the gods. The old gods protested that this was against the rules they had established, but God of Jests showed them the one exception to the rules they had allowed, the one note he had contributed to their creation, because they had not considered it important. The punchline of a joke did not have to be consistent with reality. And so the creature that was to be called human undid the old gods, and scattered their names to the winds, and conquered their creation. And the God of Jests laughed to himself and said, they should not have killed my monkey. Blimey. Oh, a Prometheus spark. Somehow the water is on fire. Make of that what you will.
There's no shame in using one of these to skip a puzzle. No one will even know. Except me. And probably Barzai.
I shan't be skipping any. Here we go. The optional puzzle for this area. The auxiliary factor. RGB converter. Connector. Okay. So I'm trying to get through here. Guess I'm using a jammer again. Although I don't yet know where said jammer is. I can make green. Interesting, I can make green from here. I'm not sure if I have an angle on the shrine though. Which is a shame. I don't see a green receiver either. Ah, here, that's how I do it. I don't need a jammer at all. Okay. How would I get red around that corner though? Good question. If I could get that connector in here, I could do it quite easily. Oh, but I'd still need this to be down. Is that a second RGB converter? It is! Right, that works. Pull this in here. And I think I can do this now. If not, I may have just broken this so that it can't be completed. So hopefully I haven't made a mistake. Oh, I have made a mistake. Because now how do I get the blue? Mistakes were made. Okay. This probably isn't solvable now. Nope, gonna have to reset. That's a shame, I haven't had to reset up to this point. I think I see how I do it. I was a bit foolish. I actually already had the solution. I just didn't realise I had it. I was right up to this point. The thing that I overlooked is that instead of having a connector going, sending the red to the RGB converter that creates a green, I can just use the connector to connect up the green directly, like so. Why did that fail? Oh, because I cut off the signal. Oh, okay. Alright, I've mucked it up again. Hey, Pingy. Oh, I see. Yes, mistakes were made. Right, I can move this connector about. But how would I get the green? I am wondering if this isn't the way I'm supposed to do it, but I'm wondering what the alternative is. I feel like it would have to look something similar to this. The issue is if I tried to pull this connector through to here, as it were, then the blue would then be crossing the red there, which is no good. There's only one red source. Do the beams have to go through that gate, or can you use the window also? Oh, is that what I've been missing? Which window? Yep, that'll be it. That'll be what I'm missing. So I can get the red through here. Alrighty. Let me just disconnect these quickly. Doesn't look... I can get the red through here, but... which I'm probably supposed to do. But I don't want to bind up the regular connector, that's the problem. Yeah, these are mutually exclusive. I can't have... going through the window, I can't have a blue beam and a red beam pointing... or connecting to the same RGB converter at the same time. The problem is that RGB converters only produce signals if they have two beams going to them. So I don't see how I can do this without a connector. I don't see how I can use two RGB converters to do this, is what I'm getting at. Alright, for the sake of argument, suppose I can. This would have to be a step in the way of doing it. I would have to be sending a red signal there. If I'm sending a red signal there, I may as well send a green as well. Oh, sorry, a blue as well to make green. I can make blue from this, but not easily. Have I done it? No. This still wouldn't work, even if I could lower that force field and make it self-sustaining. This connector would still be performing an essential function. So, I don't know. I don't know how I do it. What if doing as you did before, but aligning the converters so they're accessible from that window backwards? Will that open up another later? Anything later? I'm not sure how it looks at later. Ultimately, I'm just trying to get a green connection here, and then I'll walk in there and the puzzle's solved. The window's there. Oh, hang on. This would mean I wouldn't need... I could get blue without having the that force field down. That still doesn't help very much though, because ultimately I need to get green there. Oh. Can you get red from there? Oh, that's blocked. Yeah. Red's there. And the problem is I can't just chain RGB converters in the same way I could chain connectors. Even this isn't very good. The problem here is it still relies on this force field being down for this to be able to produce any signal at all. And it's not producing green, which is what I would need to pass through here. Yeah, and green is closed off. Okay, I'm making green from somewhere that would be accessible via the window. Can I now connect up blue? Probably. Yes. Can I take the connector away? Yes, that's all self-sustaining. I think I've done it. Come on. Yes! Oh, dearie me. That was not an easy one. Thank you, Pengy. And thank you for pointing out about the window. That would have taken me a lot longer had I not noticed. Right, I guess we go to the lighthouse now. The green lighthouse. Just check round the back. This is the sort of place they might have hid something. Indeed they have.
I often think about the strange inversion that occurred to the notion of progress. In the waning days of the old world, our ancestors came to believe that progress as applied to society was a myth, a narrative illusion. Despite their world changing around them, they believed that things must stay the same. Indeed, that things never really could change, even if most people wanted them to. And yet, in the arts, they began to see progress as the only true value. They no longer asked, is it beautiful? Is it true? Is it fun? Instead, they said, is it new? Does it break conventions? Does it subvert the old?
Good point.
They fashioned forms increasingly alien to themselves, pursuing something they could never find, because they were looking for it in the wrong place. To fully pursue truth and beauty, art must be liberated from the notion of progress. But this liberation could never be accomplished by art itself. Art does not precede the world, and it was always the world that had to be transformed.
What a wonderful device this game is for the developer to lecture the world about the things they think people have got right and the things they disagree with. Welcome back, Pikachu. Is it over? This looks familiar. What specifically looks familiar? Is this the one I looked at before? Yes. Oh, you like fantasy, don't you, Pikachu? You might enjoy this. I'll read this excerpt again. This is The Jest of Gods by Lord Dunsany. This is just an extract from a real fantasy work. From Time and the Gods, second book by Irish fantasy writer Lord Dunsany, considered a major influence on the work of J.R. Tolkien, H.P. Lovecraft, Ursula K. Le Guin, and others, etc., etc. Once the older gods had need of laughter, therefore they made the soul of a king, and set in it ambitions greater than kings should have, and lust for territories beyond the lust of other kings, and in this soul they set strength beyond the strength of others, and fierce desire for power and strong pride. Then the gods pointed eastward, and sent that soul into the fields of men to live in the body of a slave. And the slave grew, and the pride and lust for power began to arise in his heart, and he wore shackles on his arms. Then, in the fields of twilight, the gods prepared to laugh. But the slave went down to the shore of the great sea, and cast his body away, and the shackles that were upon it, and strode back to the fields of twilight, and stood up before the gods, and looked them in their faces. This thing the gods, when they had prepared to laugh, had not foreseen. Lust for power burned strong in the king's soul, and there was all the strength and pride in it that the gods had placed therein, and he was too strong for the elder gods. He whose body had borne the lashes of men could brook no longer the dominion of the gods, and standing before them he bade the gods to go. Up to their lips leapt all the anger of the elder gods, being for the first time commanded, but the king's soul faced them still, and their anger died away, and they averted their eyes. Then their thrones became empty, and the fields of twilight bare as the gods slunk far away. But the soul chose new companions. Just thought you might like that. I've gone wrong somewhere here. How does this work then? Would I turn it around now so we're facing the right way? Oh, like that. There we go. Excellent. We've made our way to the first lighthouse. Pull the lever, I suppose.
You've activated the first lighthouse.
I have
Well
indeed.
done. 2 more to go.
Can I make it over here now? Not easily. That looks like a place I should be able to reach, though. Is this a clue as to where the water's shallower? Sort of making a dash for it. I'm not sure how I'd do this. A dash for it probably wouldn't work. Oh well, presumably that's beyond our reach. Right, let's go back and check out those shrines. There were 2 shrines that we never completed. Oh, are those other circles telling me where people are? Possibly only people I've found so far. Oh, I can teleport! It's a quick travel system. Interesting. Fast travel, I should say. I can fast travel to people I've met. Right, I wanted to get green here. And where was the other one? There was one more shrine over here. Somewhere. Here. And I had that clue. Palm trees. Interesting. Well, we'll worry about that one second. Let's worry about getting the green over here first. Binary paradox. Did this one have green? No. What are the connectors? There's one. I just want to make sure I can't get green from the lighthouse, can I? Because if I could, that would be the easiest way. No, no green from the lighthouse. If we could get green over here, we could connect it up, though. Does this one have green? The Theodorian knot. It did, didn't it? Yes, it ended on green. Right. Blue. Hang on. There we go. Can't get up there. If I could get green here, I could do it. But I'd need a way to get this RGB converter over to that side, which isn't obvious how I'd do it. The angles aren't actually great here either. Looking at this more closely. Is there one more connector anywhere? Don't see one. This might be a dead end then. That's a shame. Alternatively, if I could smuggle an RGB converter straight out of one of the puzzles, I could probably get red and blue over here. Could I? Maybe. Yeah, probably. I don't know, actually. Well, it's worth a look. This might be the place to try. If I was going to try and smuggle anything out. Where did I put the box? There's the box. Maybe that actually looked possible. Nearly. Oh, fell down. Point is, if I can jump out of this area, then I can jump out of this area with equipment. And if I can do that, then I may be able to connect up that shrine. Yes, it's doable. Just had to do a running jump. Okay, what am I taking out? I guess the RGB converter for a start. Oh, no. Nearly. Nope. Keep mucking it up. Yes, we're out. Okay, this is a big deal. So again, we're trying to get a green signal there. So now the question just becomes, where can I get red and blue from? Can I get red and blue from here? I can get red from there. Where's blue? Well, there clearly is blue. Oh no, it might be an inverter job. Yes. I think it is. I think we've solved it. Red there. Blue there. Green goes there. Get your blue, get your red. All connected up. Done! Solved!
Kind of a shame there aren't any cool aphorisms for collecting stars. Maybe I should come up with my own. He who questions training only trains himself at asking questions.
Okay then. Oh, now we know. Right, so this is my clue. This puzzle is going to involve me turning on and off switches, I think. The question is, where do I find like a bunch of switches in that pattern? And I think what's behind it in the background is probably the clue. I don't know where that would be though. The most likely place I actually think is one of these outer islands. Something like over there, maybe? Thank you, Pengy. Alright, can I walk over here, or is it going to get too deep? We're water resistant, not waterproof, if you're wondering. Don't look like I can go over there. Blimey. What's happened here? This poor palm tree. Strong winds, maybe? But then why haven't these been blown over? See, don't you think this is this island is a good candidate for where they could have hidden those switches? Because it's big enough to hide switches. Goodness knows how we'd get to it though. There's also a little island over there, but it is very small. We've probably walked over that. I can't help but notice how close these two are to each other. But this doesn't seem to connect up to anything. I could be wrong. It's possible these switches I'm looking for aren't over there at all. The problem is, short of literally just making a dash for it and hoping we don't become waterlogged, I don't know what I would do. I don't think we'd make it. I think it's too far. Too far. We made it a lot farther than I expected to, though. A lot farther. Let's try that again, but over here. No, no chance. Huh. Oh, what's this? The Ethical Ecosystems Working Group is dedicated to researching the possibility of manipulating ecosystems to lessen suffering, starting with complex and intelligent organisms. This will include ideas such as converting predators to herbivores, abolishing octopus senescence. Senescence? Is that like the technical term for when they die when they reproduce? Senescence. The state or process of aging, especially in humans' old age. Huh. So, this will include ideas such as converting predators to herbivores, abolishing octopus senescence, and alternate methods of population control. We will investigate both the ecological and ethical complexities of this project for a minimum of 100 years before presenting our recommendations. That's by Atal Mitku. If you are interested in joining the working group, please contact Atal or myself, or join via the project's interface. Atal, one more note, all experiments are to be performed at the Epsilon Eridani research station to avoid contamination, so wormhole travel will be necessary if you want to participate in the practical side of the experiment. Interesting. Mango. This is a mango. Our ancestors were divided as to whether they were enjoyably fresh and sweet, or in Trevor's word, a fruit invented by the devil and released in pre-alpha. Apparently you can put them into something called a curry? Throwing them is fun. Shame Pellegrino isn't here. Mangoes are lovely. I used to make porridge with mango. That's oatmeal in Americanese. If you can get nice fresh mangoes, it's wonderful. Americanese, indeed. We may actually be doing it. Oh, this reminds me of... Was it the Shrine of Amana in Dark Souls 2? I had to keep trying to figure out where the where it was, which I had to try and avoid the deep parts of the water. Hey there, how are you doing? Hey Dark Queen, lovely to see you. I'm doing alright, solved quite a few puzzles today already. I don't think we're going to make it. Nope. Oh, I need to add a hug command. Pikachu, you have been hugged. Yeah, I do have hug on the list already. Just haven't got round to implementing it. This looks nothing like Shrine of Amana. It doesn't look like it thematically, but what I was doing was the same. So we're water resistant, not waterproof. And so what I was doing was I was walking out, meaning I will die if I go into deep water for too long. So I was walking out into the water and I was looking, I was carefully looking into the water to try and tell where it was safe to step and where it wasn't. Like so. Missing you already, Pikachu. Me too. Hope everyone is doing good and having an amazing weekend. Hi everybody! That is a very large emote. But I'll crash out Dad's stream soon. Hi Dr. Nick. That's exactly what I was thinking. Oh, I know how to complete that shrine, but it's in a different area that we haven't gone to yet. So for those that aren't aware, I'm trying to complete a particular puzzle, and based on similar puzzles I've solved before, I'm pretty sure I'm looking for a bunch of switches that act like a combination lock. But like the question is, where are the switches? They've been hidden somewhere, and I don't know where. That's the puzzle. Oh, you gigantified the emote using bits. Yes, thank you very much for doing that. That's very kind of you. Oh my goodness. At least Pikachu's on the ball. I'm not. But no, that was very kind of you. Thank you. I was just looking at it and thinking, goodness, that's a big emote. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, is that how it works? I didn't know that was a thing. Can you do it with channel points as well? I'm not sure. Sorry, it must be very boring to watch me just walking around this place, but I really do not know where they've hidden these switches. I can probably have a search online if I really get stuck for hints. I was using that guide before when I was desperately needed a hint, but I don't know whether it includes the DLC. Nope, just bits. You can modify an emote with channel points. I see. Oh, right, I see. That's interesting. Why, when I click modify a single emote, am I not given access to all my emotes? I'm only given access to some of them, it looks like. Huh. Oh well. Let's carry on. What have you done, Tato? What have you done, Pikachu? Are you... Is that tickling? Are you tickling Philby? Tato's flattened Philby. I think you can't modify GIF emotes. One thing that I know people have done before is they've modified the little ghost emote. I do still have the little ghost, don't I? They modified it to have sunglasses. Yeah, I still have the little ghost. But the little ghost didn't appear. So I don't know what that's about. Okay. To avoid being... Wait, what have you done? Philby's looking very pale all of a sudden. To avoid being ever so boring, I may actually see if I can find hints. I just need like a lead on where I'm supposed to be looking for these switches. That's all. The guide only does the base game. What was this one called? I know Prometheus. No, what was it called? The previous one was... Oh, what's his name? The Greek musician who tried to bring his wife back from the dead. Orpheus. Orpheus Rising was the last one. So what's this one called? Oh my goodness. Thank you, Pengy. Is that Philby getting his nose booped and very much not enjoying it? Just had to try. He looks displeased at having his nose... Yes. Oh wow, Tato. Two different Philbys looking in different directions. I love Pengy for the giant emote. Good one, Tato. Right, what's this one called? Wait, oh, Isle of the Blessed. It's the name of the stream. I forgot I did that. Right, okay. Talos 2, Isle of the Blessed, Sphinx. That should help. Red area Sphinx help. We're in the green area. So let's go with green Sphinx. That is a very interesting combination of emotes there, Tato. One of them is pretty straightforward to find, and the other is outrageously difficult in my opinion. Feel free to hit me back if you want more advice. I found the one on the island, but can't tell what the pillars are on the other one. I think it is probably on an island, that's the thing. I got totally stuck in the red zone and needed some help. It is on a line of such islands. If you stand near the tower, you may see it. There's only one way to walk into the island chains. Oh, that's a bit annoying. That is exactly what I was trying to do. In fact, I'm pretty sure they are describing the exact islands I was trying to access, and I think the switches are in the exact location I thought they were in. The issue is I never found a path there, and I reached the point where I gave up trying to get there, because I assumed it wasn't possible. Okay, well, that's still progress. What on earth? Are you threatening Philby? Is that a giant hammer? Pop. Ah! Oh dear. I may have made an error. Have we survived somehow? Alrighty. I think the switches are over there. That's where I originally thought they were. And that's where I still think they are. Based on the stuff I just read. On this map, we are here. That is the area where I think the switches are, where we were just looking. There are these island chains. I commented before about how close this island, where I think the switches are, is to that island chain. Because I thought going along there is how we get to it. The problem is, I do not know the path. I genuinely don't know how I get on that island chain to begin with. Right, that's the island chain. That's where we're ultimately trying to get to. And I have been over there and tried to walk over there, but I failed. That would be the most obvious way to do it. So let's go back and examine this again. Looking this up online has given me more confidence that I was actually on the right lines. Rugby. I don't know when rugby was invented, but rugby is a very British public school thing. And for those that don't know, public school in the United Kingdom refer to some very exclusive private schools. I think that's because the term public school predates public education as we would describe it, as we understand it today. We would call state-run schools as, state schools, not public schools. Anyway, in public schools, which would be where the well-to-do got educated, I believe rugby is a big thing. So there is actually, I don't know when rugby became a sport, but there's a good chance that if it was early enough, that Mr. Philby, being a Victorian and a gentleman, probably would have done his fair share of rugby back in his day. When was rugby established? What on earth is that? Is that Philby after he's had some yarn and blood infused in him? The rules were first codified in 1845. That's interesting. So the rules were first codified, but they wouldn't have codified the rules before the sport existed. People must have already been playing it before they bothered to codify the rules. Now, Philby is supposed to come from the 1850s. So he would probably have been I'd have to check. I've forgotten if I actually specified his exact age. He's probably in his 30s now, which would have meant he would have been a boy in the 1830s. So there's a moderate. I'd have to research the history more, but this is sounding more and more like, yes, he would have done rugby. Then again, he was only a clergyman's son, wasn't he? I don't know how good of a school he would have got into. He'd have definitely been educated. Maybe he wouldn't have been in one of the very finest schools, though. This is annoying. How do I get over there? There must be a very non-obvious path to get there. Over here, maybe? Hello, Pikachu. Is that a unicycle? You have some very interesting emotes. So to be clear, I'm just trying to get over there. That is literally all I'm trying to do. And they say there is only one path over there, but I'm not seeing it. This feels like about as close as I can get. Is that a causeway I just saw? Or did I imagine it? I think I imagined it. That's what I'm trying to get to. I just cannot find the way. Oh well, let's make a dash for it and hope for the best. Nope. Oh, I'm gonna have to keep looking then. I cannot find this path that's supposed to take me over there. So, Talos 2, Isle of the Blessed Green Sphinx. Oh, I may have found a guide that can help us. Green section. Sphinx's Star. Directly north of the green gold puzzle. Check the aisle where the green lost puzzle is. We've been there though, haven't we? But I'll check it. I guess that is where I missed it. So for reference, trying to get there, they're suggesting I go over here. Yeah, so I've been trying to get there from here, haven't I? Maybe that is the problem. Right, that's the aisle with the green lost puzzle, isn't it? Is this the thing, the essential... Oh, this is where I had been. Because I remember seeing this before, this hologram. So I know about this. But the game insists I should be able to get from this... Sorry, the hints I found online insist I should be able to get from here to there. I don't see how. I am so confused. Looks like there's a path over here. Oh, is this it? Oh, it was in a slightly different place to where I thought it was. Well, we've made our way to the right location anyway. Okay, so it's that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Okay. This one. This one. This one. This one. And this one. Has that not worked? Huh. Why did that not work? Is it the inverse of this? Yes, it's the inverse. Oh my goodness. Solved it. Just have to go collect my star now. So yes, I was wrong. To be clear. I was trying to get to the wrong location, that's why I couldn't find it. Now, where's that star? Should be around here. Oh dear.
Understanding is a three-edged sword. Your side, their side, and my paraphrase.
Thank you, you're cute. Right, red or blue next? What do we think, chat? Red or blue? Red. Okay. Red it is. Yes, red. Is this red? No, that's central. Red must be this way. Blimey. The red numbers and symbols and arrows and so on are very, they have a very striking appearance, don't they? The missing element. What have we got? We've got an activator, a fan, a pressure plate, a box over there, a blue producer. Interesting. The problem is, once I... Oh, can I pick up the... No, I can't pick up the fan part. How do I get the activator through there then? Because I need something weighing that pressure plate down. Currently that activator seems to be not able to do anything of use. Oh, it can get the fan working probably. No, it can't quite. Not quite within range. For those curious, the activator... Oh, hang on. Maybe this is how I do it. The activator will toggle things that are within its range. There we go. That's how I get the box. So I took 2 force fields out with 1 activator. Once this force field had gone down, the beam could get from that source into that activator. The activator then activated in this radius, and it was able to keep the force field down. So this is self-sustaining now. Once I pick up this activator, the force field's going to come back up. There we go. Now the question becomes, how do I get in there? Well, that's a good question. I guess I activate the fan and go up there. That's odd. Why did the fan stop at that point? I don't know of a good reason why it should have. I mean, I guess it's just not that powerful? Yeah, that seems to be it. It's not that powerful. Oh, I get it. I'm supposed to send the activator up, and that's going to cause that force field to drop, knocking the object down. Right, and it's a connector. I do believe we now have every part we need to complete this. Connector goes there, and that allows me to turn the corner, which is the one thing I couldn't do. There we go, completed. That wasn't too bad.
Hi, just checking in.
Hello.
How's it going? Are you having fun?
I just solved my 10th puzzle.
Not too shabby.
Has Byron talked to Alcatraz yet?
No, still nothing. I don't even think they're angry at each other. I think they just have no idea where to start. Like, do you remember how long it took you to ask me out?
I actually wanted to ask you out from the moment I heard your voice, but, you were, you know.
Dead.
Bit? Trapped in a digital netherworld.
Yeah, it was a bit of an obstacle, but I'm glad I managed to find the courage to ask you out.
So am I.
Well, that was a bit weird, but still.
One of the worst things ever to happen to the arts is the notion that art should have a purpose. That it is a tool for political enlightenment or self-realization, or a replacement for our duties as citizens. This is a form of pompous and cowardly self-flattery that artists are particularly prone to. I speak from experience. No, it is the very fact that art serves no purpose that gives it a touch of the divine. Why does the creator create? Because he chooses to. What is the purpose of the world? To exist. The same is true of art. Oh, art may be suffused with passion, with themes, even, if you are sufficiently careful, with autobiography. But it is not a tool. Like the creator, it says, I am that I am. And that is enough.
Not sure I 100% agree, but I comprehend his arguments. Hey T-Moid, it's a pleasure to meet you. How are you today? What am I dealing with? Are those RGB converters? Ah, red source. I do have access to a box. How do I turn the box into additional components? That's how. Right, this is an RGB converter, isn't it? Ah. That allows me to get green. Welcome in. Oh, how's the puzzling? It's going alright. I've finished the... I take it you're familiar with this game. If not, let me know. I finished the green area just now, and I'm moving on to the red. Other than, of course, the golden puzzle, because I don't have access to that yet. Yeah, I'm all done. So that's where I'm trying to get to in the end. I'd need to get in there to even make some progress, though. Interesting. I think... What colour do I need? Red. That's easily enough done. Like so. I have another RGB converter. What I wouldn't do for an old-fashioned connector. Okay. Oh, blimey. What bird was that? Was that a dove? I only saw it for a second. Let me move this here. Now I should be able to get the blue that I need to get through here. Indeed I can. How is this useful? I have no clue. I've been playing the community workshop puzzles in the reawakened Talos 1. Reawakened Talos 1? Is Reawakened one of the community workshop puzzles? Hold on, I'm just checking which ones I did. Because I did a bunch of the community puzzles a while back. Like more than a year, I think. Give me a moment. I'll find it. Looking more like it may have been 2 years ago. Ah, here we go. It's less than 2 years ago, I can say that much. I did Renamo Puzzles 1, Renamo's Puzzles 2, Outfall, Sanctuary, and Rebirth. Those were the ones I did. If you've heard of those. They re-released Talos Principle in Unreal 5 just recently. Oh! I didn't know that. Oh, I get it. Right, I'll tell you exactly why we need that fan part. Because we can swap it for the box. Okay, why would we want to swap it for the box, you ask? Because we can then alter levels. Like we can have... we can cause one of the RGB converters to... we can cause one of the RGB converters to be higher up than the other. Why would we want to do that? Because it means that we can have beams travel over each other. We don't have to worry about them colliding. So this should do it. Excellent. Solved. It also has new content. Tell me more.
I was looking out at the
Thank you.
ocean, and I remembered how Byron once told me that we are all children of the sea. And then I thought about how now we're starting to sail the sea of stars, and then I got this incredibly strange feeling all over my casing.
That's the goosebump simulator. Ancient humans used to get this sensation when experiencing awe. You can turn it off in the settings.
The settings.
Strange how messy all their senses were. When we experience something, it's so pure. Whereas for them, everything was so wiggly.
Indeed. I'm a bit in two minds about them giving 1K a voice. because he was a silent protagonist through all of the main campaign, and now suddenly he has a voice, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Right, this is what I meant by changing the levels by using the box, because otherwise the blue and the green here would collide and neither signal would get through. That's why being able to raise up one of the RGB converters is so important. So it has the original game, Gehenna DLC, and a new DLC called In the Beginning, basically them booting the simulation. But I thought when they booted the simulation, none of the AIs were in any way like sentient at that point. The bilateral challenge. I thought they were completely, you know, primitive and not particularly intelligent yet. Interesting though. Do you have to pay for the game again? You have to play it if you want answers. No spoilers. Fair enough. Yes, unfortunately. That probably puts me off. If they just released it as a different DLC that I had to buy on its own for a reasonable DLC price, that would be fair enough. But I'm not sure I want to pay full game price for a game I already own, even if it's a new updated version, just to play one DLC. Although there's discounts if you have the other games. Okay then. Maybe. Right, this is what I'm trying to achieve then. I need to get a red signal here. That's what this whole area is about. Alrighty then. I can't help but think passing a signal along up here would be the simplest way. Do I know where the red producer is yet? Oh, there's a box and a connector. I mean, that's exactly what I would need. Oh, there. Ah, right. I'm not sure that's going to work. Actually, two reasons that's probably not going to work. The first one is it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to pass the red signal over the top there. That's reason number one. Reason number two is because I don't think I have a means to stop this fan. And it's not usually possible to layer... It's not usually possible to get an object on top of a box on a fan unless you can stop the fan. Because for reference, boxes will float and stay in position, and if you put something on top of a box, it will do the same. But objects like this won't. They just fly off. So that's the problem. If I put the box down first, it flies up. I put the object down, that achieves nothing. And if I do it the other way around, object first, it just comes straight off. So generally you have to stop the fan first. She was last seen playing American Truck Driving Sim. Oh, thank you for the shout out for the Dark Queen, Pikachu. Forgot, sorry. I mean, I completely forgot. I'm terrible for that. Oh, feel free to shout yourself out as well. Please consider giving the Dark Queen a follow. And you may also wish to give Pikachu a follow. Pikachu's on hiatus right now. But she is very much worth following. As is the Dark Queen. No. What am I missing? What was the name of this puzzle? The bilateral challenge. Why bilateral? Bilateral would mean two lines, wouldn't it? Or two halves, I guess. I think. Bilinear would be 2 lines. You guys are too kind. I don't know about that. I'd say that we're exactly kind enough. Wouldn't you, Pikachu? How are you getting on with the American Truck Simulator? Driving sim, I should say. I've never played any of those games, although isn't it isn't the concept just doing deliveries? Like on long road trips. Oh, this is annoying me. Can I put this underneath me while I'm in the air? No. Which is fair enough. I just wanted to check. Yeah, game's not having it. What am I missing? Hang on. Hang on. I could see the red from over here. If I could get the connector in here, it would work as well. That would be another way to solve it. How accurate are the locations, Dark Queen? She has a cool setup. Does she? Does she have a proper, like driving rig? I'm not sure what they're called. It hasn't escaped my attention that I have access to this clone that I can take control of. Hold on, let me check something quickly. If I walk off here... Okay, yeah, the force field does stay up. It would have been unusual if it had gone down, but I wanted to check anyway. That might be how I do this, actually. If I had an extra person out here, I could probably get the box underneath the character. But I don't think you can leave, can you? No. So I'd have to find something to weigh that pressure plate down with. But what? Because I need the box and the connector on this side to actually do the connection. Alright, I'll tell you what. Wait. Oh, 2 connectors. Oh, well that changes things completely. Okay. Oops. Yep, you're still up there. Where'd the box go? Over here. Right, will this work? I don't actually know. Yes, it did work. And that's raised you up even higher. I think the beam would go over now. I think we solved it. The only thing I'd have to do differently is have the connector in my hand. And then that would do it. I say have the connector in my hand. Obviously, I would then have to connect things up and drop it, but my point is, it is now possible to do this. It's not working. Beam still can't make it over. Beam still cannot make it over. Oh, I missed one step. I don't connect to that directly. I connect to that connector, which is both doing the pressure plate and the And transferring the signal. She has all the stuff. Okie dokie. That goes here. Now I actually connect this up. Sounds like it's working. As far as I can tell. Yes! That's another one solved.
The view from up here is lovely. I can see the whole exhibition.
Uh-huh. Can you see Alcatraz?
Subtle, Melville, subtle. I'll get to it soon.
All right, this has become entirely too silly, and I'm putting an end to it. Adding Alcatraz to the group.
1K, you traitor.
Hi. It looks like you added me to the group. Was that on purpose?
Yes, it was. Because it's absurd that you're not part of it. And it's ridiculous that we haven't talked in such a long time. And honestly, the only reason for it is that I'm an idiot. I can come up with all sorts of excuses. I was busy, I thought I was respecting your wishes, but none of it really holds up. The truth is, I was just afraid you wouldn't be able to forgive me.
There's nothing to forgive, Byron. You did what you thought was right, and I did what I thought was right. That's what it's always been like between us. That's our strength, and, but yes, maybe you are an idiot, but then so am I, because I could have reached out too.
So it's settled. You're both idiots.
Welcome back, Al.
You connect to that connector, which makes the connection to the other connector. Exactly. You're getting it, Pikachu. Good game. I think I'm making a connection. Thank you, Teamoid. Right, what am I doing this time? The Euclidean palette. What does that mean? Palette probably because they're using all three colours. Oh, we've got one of the grav plates this time. That's going to make the... Ah, hang on. But do I have one of the grav... the anti-gravity things that I've forgotten the name of? I don't. So actually, the fact that this is on an anti-gravity plate is neither here nor there. Because I can't move this. It is basically just fixed in position on a wall. Oh no, I do have. A grav shifter, that's the one. Okay, I take it back, so I can go there. And I can move it. Okay, yeah, we've got... This is a classic grav shifting puzzle. I say classic. They introduced them in this game. It's a very new concept. Alright, what am I doing? How am I making this work? Right, you're currently connected up to the green. And the red and the blue. Got it. And I have two connectors. Okay, good. I can already see how I'd get in here. I'm just curious what the point of getting in there is. There doesn't seem to be anything in there. I don't see why I would want to. And the same with the red. Well, we'll worry about that shortly. Let's take a bit more of an exploratory approach and... oh, wrong way. There we go. It's connected up to the blue now. And I can use that to get in here. If I get the angle right. Goodness me. Why is this not working? Oh, because it's an RGB converter. I need to send it another colour. Huh. Well, this suddenly got a lot more complicated. I could send it green and make red. Like so. And I could take that red and I could use it here. I think. Oh, is there no way in here? There is no way in there. Okay, the only thing I could do with the red is that. I think once I get red and blue, both of those over there, then I can enter there. So the question becomes, how, using just the parts I have, do I end up getting both red and blue there? Well, we'll worry about that shortly. It can't be an accident that I can drop that force field but not that force field. There's some reason why I would want to be able to do that. Oh, I can make it self-sustaining. That'll be why. Right, now you're just getting blue permanently. Hang on. And I can also send blue there. And I think if I shift this back again, if I send this the other way, is that how it works? That should be how it works. You should be producing red again. No, you're producing green now. Send it over here. Will that produce red? Yes. So I no longer need to send green to you. And I should be able to just connect this up. And the force field goes down. That's another one solved. Everyone go follow Pikachu. She's on hiatus right now, but you'll certainly want to be alerted when she comes off hiatus. Combining and converting colourful connectors is currently confusing me. That's fair enough, because you've obviously not played this game up to this point. Basically, there's connectors which just take a signal and transfer it. Here's a very simple example. It's getting red from up there and it's sending red there. That's simple. But there's also these so-called RGB converters. That's what presumably you're having trouble with. The concept here is that you give them 2 colours of the 3 primary colours and it will produce the 3rd one. So in this case, this is a green source and the beam is going directly to the RGB converter. This is blue. The beam actually is making it straight to the RGB converter in this case. So we have blue going to the RGB converter. The RGB converter is therefore receiving green, it's receiving blue, which means it outputs red. And that's where the red is coming from that's connecting that up. I don't know if that helps. The perpendicular procedure. Okay. So this is where I'm trying to get to. What does this even do? Huh, okay. So I weigh this down and a force field up there drops, which would allow me to send red to a receiver that would drop this force field so I could walk in. I enjoyed this one. This one? Oh dear. What am I in for? Blue producer and a connector. Oh, you know you say... Pikachu, you know you're saying about how converting all the colours was confusing you. How's this for confusing? So this is where I am. Whoop. Anti-grav plate. What else do we have? Oh my goodness. That's where I get red from, is it? That looks like a driller. Where's copper to drill? I do think that is a driller, not a jammer. What tools do I currently have? I have access to a connector. And that's it. Which is okay. But let's get started by just walking over here and seeing what we can find. Oop. Okay. Ah, there's the copper. Ah, interesting. So I put something down there, and then it causes this force field to drop, maybe? But then what's the point of the other one? Unclear. Here's a driller, though. Well, the only thing I have to pass through would be the connector. So let's try that. Okay. Like, I think that has worked, but I'm not on the right side. So that isn't tremendously helpful. But I wonder if due to the angles, if it can... It probably can, actually. I don't think it is going to have the angle it needs. Yeah. It does not. So that's only of limited use. I'm not sure how I could complete that without another weight of some description. Pull this back for a second. I want to investigate something. Right, I can stand here, can't I? I can indeed. Can I slip past here? No, I can't. Makes sense. Oh. Well, there's the weight I needed. Right, what does this do? Lets me through there. Interesting. Interesting. I think I have all the tools I'm going to get. Ah, I can pick this up now, thinking about it. which means I can use it as a weight, if I so choose. Actually, there's no point doing that because I can't bring a driller through its own hole. I can stand on the side of a box, it looks like. Oh, the prompt's gone. Maybe I can't. Strange. I definitely saw that prompt for a second, but never mind. This seems wrong. I don't think I should be able to stand on a box which itself is on a gravity plate. In fact, it's on a pressure plate, but still. Can I go through this hole? I think the box is stopping me. Yes. Right, that may be important. It might not be, but it may be. Okay, so I'd probably have to be around here if I wanted to connect up the red. Yeah, somewhere around here, I think. It's not an easy angle to get. Here would be about optimal. I still need to smuggle this through somehow to make that happen, I think. Yeah. You are able to stand on it sideways. Oh, you mean the box? Doesn't seem to want to let me. For one reason or another. Maybe there's not enough space? I don't know. There should be. I don't know. It's probably not essential to solving this one. So how do I smuggle this one through? Of extreme difficulty, I think, is the answer. Yeah. I'm not allowed to squeeze through here, unfortunately. I can go the other way due to gravity, but not this way. But I can't walk through this force field unless the connection's been made. It really does feel like I'm supposed to have the connector on this side. Alternatively, I could send the connector through the hole in the copper, but then how do I get to the other side? I couldn't jump it, could I? No. If this seems a little mind-bending to you, it's mind-bending to me as well. This was called the perpendicular maneuver, wasn't it? That's what's making me think that it's probably something to do with, like, right angles. The fact that I can walk on these gravity plates vertically, or I can, you know, walk normally, horizontally, due to gravity. Perfectly perpendicular puzzle. I could set the connector up over there. Hang on. Why is there a force field here which has been disengaged? That's the ground I'm looking at, isn't it? Let me examine this a bit closer. Is this more useful than it appears at first? I don't think so. I can't get an angle on the red from here. The only thing I can think is I could drop down there if I wanted. For what that's worth. I could disengage from the gravity plate and just fall. That would be another way. I've already found the hole here. That would be another way I could circumvent this force field if it was up. That is suggesting to me that the idea is that the force field be up while I'm on this side with the connector. But I'm still not seeing how I make that happen. Because to be clear, this force field is only down because this receiver is receiving a blue signal. If I take this away, this goes up. Now, how do I get through? If I want the connector on the other side, which I believe I do to finish the puzzle, how do I make that happen? That is the question that I'm currently drawing a blank, trying to solve. If I had a grav shifter, I could do it. But I don't. It is so disorienting to have the ground above you and the sky below you. I know conceptually what's going on, but my brain doesn't like it. This is where I need the connector to be. Hang on, just to verify, there isn't an angle here, is there? No, there is not an angle here that I can use. I know I can... Hang on. Oh, I've solved it. I'm a moron. I just pull it through here. It's obvious now. Yoink. There we go. Now this is panning out exactly how I described it. That I end up on this side with the connector and that force field up. I just need to get the angle right. Oh, of course, I still need to drop that force field, but that's fine. Remember what I was saying before about how I can use gravity to get out of here? Because I'm now standing upright. And oh look, there's a hole. Whee! Stick that on here as a weight, and we should be through. We are through! Huzzah!
So, what's everyone doing?
I'm just solving puzzles. I've done 14 so far.
Athena and I are enjoying a moment of stillness and contemplating the sublime as it manifests in our environment. I think our ancestors called it chilling.
I'm testing the new sensor upgrades with 1K.
Oh, how's it going? I was curious about those.
These sensations are definitely very strange. But they make the world more interesting. And I think Miranda's right. We can expand them and learn to enjoy existence on a whole new level.
You know, when I was sitting around being useless, sometimes I would read old cookbooks and wonder what it all tasted like. Maybe I need to get with the times and try those upgrades myself.
Good game. Good game. Such a good puzzle. It was good. I'm a bit embarrassed it took me so long. The celestial beacon. That suggests there's a beacon in the sky. A fan, maybe? I can get over here using the ladder. If I remember how to use a ladder. Box here. Inverter here. Is that the celestial beacon? It probably is. I could swap the inverter for a box. This is a swapping machine, by the way. I can swap any item for any other. I can jam this. But there doesn't appear to be another way to drop this force field, which is odd. Because it means I can't bring the jammer through, which makes you wonder what's the point in even having a jammer. Like, it's not much of a puzzle if there's one jammer which blocks one force field and then it stays that way for the rest of the puzzle. That's just adding one extra useless step at the start. So I can't help but think I'm supposed to bring that jammer through, I just don't know how. I also... haha. Right. That's our next step. Right, we've got a connector now. Is this where I'm going? Ultimately, how do I drop this? No clue. No clue. It can be lowered from the other side. I'd need to use the jammer to do that. Hold on, let me go back. Am I sure there's no other way to bring this force field down? It doesn't appear to be. I know I have access to a box. Oh, that would probably be sufficient, actually. Hold on. I'll grab this connector for now, just because, you know, it's generally useful to have as many tools at your disposal as possible. Right, I can, I think... go over here now. No? This raises a problem. Yes, I could drop the jammer on the other side, but the problem is, if I can't get over there as well, how do I turn the jammer around and make sure that it's actually jamming this force field? Otherwise I get locked out, which is no good. I think the developers made that gap the exact right height to be just slightly too short for the character to get through. Yeah, it looks like it. So I can pass objects over there, it would appear, with the help of the box. But specifically, the jammer, I can't really do, because I have no way to have it remember what it's supposed to be jamming, I don't think. Yeah, it won't remember what it's jamming, so I would have to turn it around. Oh wait, there's a ladder there. I'm being a moron. Okay. That explains it. And now I can turn the jammer around. Excellent. Progress. We may need that box in the future, I don't know, but for now let's explore. Oh, hang on, I can't. Is there some clever way I can... I'm just thinking, how do I keep the blue... How do I keep access to the blue? Without having to keep jamming that force field. Does this work? It should work, yes. So I do still need the box. That's fine. There we go. Right, I can go through here now. All of that was just in an effort to get through one more force field. And there's still a force field to go. But at least I can see what's going on over here now. It looks kind of straightforward-ish. Like, in that, I don't mean that I know the solution to the puzzle. I don't mean the puzzle's necessarily straightforward. But what ultimately I need to achieve appears to be straightforward. I just need to get a red signal here. And then I can walk this jammer through here. And then I'm in. I get to the terminal. Question is, how do I do that? I don't know. In a word. Using the celestial beacon, I suppose. This. I mean, it's kinda obvious that I could send the red signal here also up to the celestial beacon. But the question then becomes, how do I use it? Hang on. A thought. Can I see the celestial beacon from the other side of the first force field? Could I have an inverter just power it from this side? Do I have an angle on it? Yes. I do. Okay. So if I'm not mistaken, I can do that. That's alright. And that stays up if I take that away. But then how do I get the red here? I don't have a way to get the red there so that I can walk through. Which is a problem. Oh, hang on. No, that won't work. I can always use the ladder to get back over here, can't I? Yes, I think I see the solution. I need to use the... Hang on. I think I was on the right lines here. I think this is part of the setup, though. I think the next step is I put the jammer on this side, and then I jam it. And now I need to go over here. Yes, now I go over here. So I drop this on this side. And then I climb up and go over the ladder to get to this side. So from now on, this force field is not going to be dropped. But that's okay. Right, now I power the so-called celestial beacon. I say power it. I send I send a signal to it, which I can then use elsewhere. Right, all of what we've just done was to achieve one thing. It was to allow us to get through to where we were before, but with this box freed up. Why do we want that box freed up? So we can swap it for a connector. With that, I think we have the puzzle solved. So I take the jammer now. That force field comes back up. It doesn't matter because the beam's going over the top. I don't need to go back there. I can now have this jammer drop this force field. This is where we were before, but the difference is I've got a connector here this time, and so I can then power this red receiver, which will also drop the same force field, which means I can walk the jammer through, drop that force field, and we're done.
By the way, 1K, I'm glad you finally picked a voice pack. It's nice to hear you actually speaking.
Oh.
Well, Neith didn't mention the voice packs, and I didn't realize I could have just picked one. It's not like I wanted to spend the entire expedition in text mode.
I told you guys it wasn't intentional.
We thought it was a statement or something.
Excellent. Another puzzle down. Right, on to 7. The misalignment syndrome. Well, I have a driller. And a fan. Is there a detachable fan part? There is a detachable fan part. As a general rule, if the fan part will detach, because there's 2 types of fans, one with detachable fan parts and one without. If it will detach, then you are going to be using it. What is the point of this area? I don't know. Right, there's a box over there. Oh, and another driller. But I'd need to get green there. If I had access to a connector, that would probably be quite easy. And there's a connector in there, so I'm trying to get the connector out of here, presumably. Well, I'll take this away for now. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to use it. Probably in here. I'll probably stick that there. Now that force field's down, I can do like so. That allows me to stick the fan part in there. We run around and we swap these around. And now I have access to the connector, which is lovely. That's just what we wanted. Great. Right, now I can set up a way through here. Can I set up the connections on the other side of the force field? I can. So I can set up the connections and I can stick the connector through the gap. That lets me in and lets me grab these. Now, I guarantee that box is going to be used to lift something up here, probably connecting the green up. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to need that fan part back. I'm going to need all 3 of these to solve this, I think. The driller's going to have to drill a hole through there. The box is going to be on the fan, and the connector is going to be on top of the box. Which makes sense. I have 2 drillers. Okay. Right, that explains it. So, I'm actually swapping drillers out then. Or I'm swapping a driller out, to be more accurate. Huh, I wonder why they bothered having that there. Could that be for a shrine puzzle? I don't see the point. Anywho. Grab that. I can slip the fan part back through. Wonderful. That goes on there. This goes on top. This connects that up. This allows the connection to happen. Right, but I still need a weight for here. Unless... Is that why there was a hole in the top? So that I could have both... Yes, it's so that I could have both drillers in here, and I can make the hole like so. Make the hole in one piece of copper through another piece. Wait, no, that doesn't work, does it? I take it back, that doesn't make sense, because I still got the same problem. Yeah, I need a weight for over here. That doesn't help at all. Okay, fair enough. You can see this has been carefully designed so that I can't put the driller on the pressure plate. The only thing I can think is get both drillers out. That would do it. But how? Something has to weigh that down. And I don't have anything I'm not using. So far as I'm aware. I don't have any way to teleport, because that could also help. Ah, will you work even if you're on the other side of the force field? That could be what I'm missing. So if I bring the force field up, will you continue to work? No. Oh, hang on, you're on the wrong side. You were supposed to be on the other side. Alright. No, I don't think this plan's gonna work. So you can see what I'm going for, I assume. If I've got a driller making a drill through that piece of copper, then that force field drops and I can go through. But the problem is, I need a connector, a box, and a fan piece over here to make that work. And I still need a weight to hold this down. But I also need a drill part to drill through there. It seems like every component is necessary, but currently this is locked on the inside. And I don't know how to get it out. I don't have a jammer, do I? So there's no other way I can drop this force field, even temporarily. What was this area called? The misalignment syndrome. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know how that helps. Very interesting there's 2 bits of copper here though. Oh, I get it. I think I've just figured it out. The one that holds the pressure plate here down makes the hole for the other one to make a hole through there. I'm back! How goes the puzzling? Hey Olivia, I think I've just solved another one. I think. We'll have to check. No, I haven't. Huh. I think it's got to be something along these lines though. Have you beat green yet? Yep, I have beat green. We're on to red now. And we're quite a ways through red as well. This is frustrating. I thought I actually had it then, but I don't. It looks like there's not a good angle from here. It looks like if the driller is sitting on here, then... Hang on. Oh, it doesn't need to. Got it. We don't need to keep that particular force field down anymore. Yeah, because this drill is creating a hole that's sufficiently high up that it goes over the force field. Right, I think that's solved. We've done it. Oh, that took me a while. Thank you, Olivia.
The formal invitation will go out tomorrow, but I wanted to let you know that Hypatia and I would be truly delighted if you could attend our wedding next month. I know some people think these old ceremonies are outmoded, but I believe that rituals are a meaningful way of expressing our dedication to each other.
Goodness.
And I would really like you two to be a part of this.
You're getting married? That's so cool. Congratulations. If Miranda doesn't have some big project planned, we're in.
Yes, congratulations. I'm so happy for you. If the dates conflict with the Mars Geo survey, I'll just not go. The wedding's more important.
Wonderful. Don't be alarmed when you see the attachment to the invitation. Neve came up with this idea for ritualistic wedding decorations that you wear on your frame, but none of that is mandatory.
Goodness. Hi Olivia, I'm popping back and forth between a few streams. How are you? Where is 8? This isn't 8, is it? This is 7. I'm trying to follow the directions to 8. Oh, this way. Okay, that's where I went wrong. Here's 8. I think I told Magnifico that you were playing Star Trek. Which one was it again? Oh yes, earlier on I was talking about like my backlog of games. And one of the games I wanted to do on stream, but I'm not sure if I'd get the viewers for, is the old Star Trek adventure games. Oh, I think I know the game that... Sorry, I didn't make the connection earlier. I think I know the game that you're playing, Olivia, because I think I attended your stream when you were playing it. That's not one of the old point-and-click Star Trek adventure games. That's a much more modern game, isn't it? Just left a funeral. Sorry to hear that. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm okay, thank you, Pikachu. Camping sounds fun. I haven't done that since I was a kid. Neither have I, as it happens. When you say camping, how basic are we talking? Are we talking like a trangia and a tent and some food in a cold box? Or are we more talking glamping, as I believe it's known? Yeah, I started replaying Resurgence to get a new ending. I've not played it in a bit though. That was it, Star Trek Resurgence. I'd forgotten the name. Not really. Every once in a while. I enjoy it, but I don't have time usually. Oh, are you a frequent camper? That's what that was a response to. Tent. I see. Sounds very nice. Interesting. What am I trying to do? Get blue here? Probably. Whee! Ow. Oh, I think I get it. I need to set this up so it's self-sustaining, I think. So something like that. And then once it lowers, I can take that off. Yes, that's the idea. And that lets me get a connector up here. Which I'll put on the end. And now if I block this signal, it should go back up. And that hasn't worked. Okay. Well, fortunately, I can go up there and troubleshoot. Connect to that. Connect to that. Trangia? Thought that was a brand mostly common in Sweden. That's what I've always known it as. Still not working. Low. We do use air mattresses though. What is a trangia? It's like a it's like a combination of a meths burner, as in methylated spirits, with some stands and like a pot for like cooking in, like a saucepan with a handle, and it all like fits together in a compact space. So you just have this like little kit that you carry around with you, and then when you want to do some cooking, you like take it all apart and then reassemble it. I say reassemble as if it's an involved process. It's really not. It's pretty easy. You then just reassemble it into just a little cooking kit so you can cook your food. That's the idea. Maybe I'd have been better off with the inverter up here. That still wouldn't solve all my problems though. I don't know actually. I might have trouble making this self-sufficient up like this though. Yeah, I will. A cooking thingamabob. I see. I always use it with a gas burner. Much more convenient, I think. Will we be doing hot dogs and hobo dinners with a campfire? Oh, we will be doing hot dogs and hobo dinners with a campfire. What exactly is a hobo dinner? This is a new one to me. I know, although we don't use the term hobo over here, I do know what the term hobo means. That just means homeless, doesn't it? I remember camping in a place that had its own barbecue pit. And of course, s'mores. S'mores! I'm having s'more flavoured coffee. Is it s'more-ish? I'm having coffee flavoured coffee. It smells like s'mores but tastes like black coffee. Coffee. I know I'm being stupid here. There's some straightforward solution that I'm just not seeing. Excuse me? Oh, I know what that is. We'll do that next. That's a Sprite. This is very frustrating. I cannot figure this out. This would be easy if I had access to a box. But I don't think I do. I realise raising up something here is the key. That hasn't been lost on me. But I still don't quite see how I connect it up. I'm just trying to get blue here. That's the ultimate goal. Hobo dinner is basically anything wrapped in tin foil. It can be placed in around the fire on top of a grate. I see. Interesting. So it could be absolutely anything. It could be like a joint of meat, or it could be some maize, which I believe you call corn. Could be like palau rice. How do you feel about gentle prodding about puzzle elements? Not a spoiler, but something you missed as an example. I don't like getting hints. Oh, there we go. That's what I was missing. I don't like hints unless I've asked for them generally. I think if you kept it to just you missed something, if that's all you said, then I think I'd be fine with that. If you, and then maybe I would then ask for additional hints, like at that point, but that would be at my discretion. To just, I don't think it would be too much to just tell me there's something you missed. Oops. So I'm trying to figure out the angle here, if I'm trying to get red there. Oh, I've even made bread like that. The tin foil then worked as an oven. That would be tricky, but not impossible. I was going to say you missed the box. You knew you needed it. Bread is a little different than meat and veggies. Was this risen bread or unrisen bread? Yeah, I think I probably would say telling me I missed the box is possibly going too far, but just saying you missed something is probably fine. But you are right, I did figure out that I needed a box, or that a box would solve the problems. I feel really stupid. I can't figure out the angle here. I know that the angle isn't up here because I can't see the red connector from here. I know there is a blue connector here that I could turn into red. But then I'd need an angle that can see the pressure plate there and that red connector, which I don't have. The inverter's not much help either because it's going to turn that red into blue. Not risen this time, but wanted to try it. I see. Still sounds very nice. Okay, I've got to get packing. I'll catch you all another time. Okie dokie, Olivia. Thank you for dropping by. I do appreciate it. Oh, I do feel so dumb. Ah, no, that won't work. I thought I had it. I don't. I was just thinking maybe like I pass the signal over the top here, but I don't think I do. Even if the platform was raised high enough, the problem is I'd need to be able... The problem is the inverter's still going to turn red to blue. It's like I have to do this in one. Or use this. I can have the inverter over here. Oh, come on, brain. Figure this out. What are you missing? You're missing something. So I could get the red up here if I wanted, but there is no way I'm getting the red round that corner. Oh, I see a solution. I'm pretty convinced this is not the solution the developers intended. I don't know, it could have been. It seems unlikely, but I think it would work. I just need to land here. There we go. And then I can connect that to that directly. Don't quite have the angle. That's frustrating. The developers thought of that then, and this isn't the intention. presumably. Yep. I think that's fair. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I may have created a problem for myself. No! I nearly had that. There we go. Is there definitely no other blue? I really don't think there is. That I could connect with to the inverter, I mean. The visibility on this is so poor. I mean, what can I see from here? Nothing of use. What was this one called again? That the title might be a clue. The Riddle of the Citadel. Well, that doesn't help. Alright, this might achieve absolutely nothing. But this is the one area I haven't been into for a while. Do I have any useful angles from here? No. I do not. I have an angle out, which is interesting. But that's not going to be part of the solution to this puzzle. Oh, mustn't forget about that sprite. The problem is it's blue now. This is what I'm not getting. Ah, hang on. Sort of progress. At least I could make a connection here. Ah, I don't have to... I've got it. Right, this makes sense now. I had made an assumption that wasn't true. The assumption I made, which wasn't true, was that when this is set up, it's going to be self-sustaining in such a way that I could walk over there and even see the box being blown off the edge. That's not the case. I have to stand on here to make it work. But because I understand the mechanics of the game, I know that box has just been blown off the edge. Actually, they did give me an angle to look, I just wasn't looking the right way. But that's it. That's what I was missing. It only works while I'm physically pressing that down, but that's still a solution. Excellent. Right, I think we've got this solved now. I just need to actually do it. Excellent. This box is key. That's what I didn't have last time, which meant I couldn't do it. You connect to you, and you sit on the box. I just break this signal here, and we should go up. It doesn't quite have an angle here, but that's fine. We just have to rearrange it. Just move it over a bit, and this should work. Huzzah! I'll be off now. Skedaddle. I'll add that to the list. Thank you for dropping by, Tato.
Do not let it get out that I said something so sentimental, but it's nice that you're all here. One day all this will be a distant memory. A footnote in a billion years of human history. And that's all right as far as I'm concerned. I don't need to be famous. And I certainly don't want people building statues of me. I don't need that superficial nonsense because I know that what we did mattered. All of us together, in this one brief moment of time, had the chance to make a difference. And we did. We took on the challenge, and we didn't muck it up. I got to be a part of that. And no matter what comes next, I'll always be grateful.
Aww. So, there's an optional puzzle left, and 2 shrine puzzles. I might just do the 1 shrine puzzle and then wrap up, because this is going to be an easy one. We're just chasing a sprite around, and unless they've changed the music, it has some very, very fun, energetic music that plays. I say changed it, as in for the DLC as opposed to the base game. Here we go. Chase down the sprite. Oh, this one didn't take long. And here's our star for a reward.
When you care for what is outside, what is inside cares for you.
Thank you, you're cute. What was I thinking? So, are we streaming again on tomorrow? And it'll be Dark Souls 2. It'll probably be a slightly shorter stream than it often is, on account of the fact that I've got a gaming session that evening. Wondering who we should raid. We could raid Scottbot doing Metal Gear Snake's Revenge on the NES. So yeah, tomorrow I'll be streaming more Dark Souls 2. I say it'll be a shorter stream, it'll still be at least 3 hours. Then Monday is going to be more Bloodborne. And then next Friday will be more of the Talos Principle 2. I would say that we are probably... I am having to make an educated guess here, because I don't know for certain. But it looks to me like we're about halfway through this particular DLC campaign. So I'm guessing next time we play more of the Talos Principle 2, we'll probably, with any luck, finish this one. And then we will... I suppose at next Talos stream after that begin the final DLC campaign, I would guess. Anyway, let's get that that raid set up. So where are you? Scottbot64. Let's give you a raid. So thank you for joining me, everyone. I do appreciate it. If for any reason my streaming schedule should change, I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads, and I would also announce it on our Discord server. I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate everybody that keeps me company in chat, and I appreciate everybody that Lurks, you're the reason that I do this, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody.